Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, happy new year, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all I say, this button here, hello friends, how's it going? There's Noms too, look at Noms, little tongue there, sticking out kind of sorta. See your tongue, that's good. How you doing?
Now people can diagnose if there's something wrong with me.
That's very nice,
Your doctor friends can tell me if there's something wrong.
Yeah, like some crust on the tongue, I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes people do that. They diagnose like that people have something wrong with them from watching them on TV.
Yeah, is this like House MD is able to diagnose people's problems, or?
Oh, I missed that.
You enjoyed House MD?
I did enjoy House MD.
But isn't the house fellow kind of like cruel and dismissive to everyone?
He has a good heart. He just doesn't know how to.
Okay, so as long as your intentions are pure, even if you're cruel, that's A-okay.
He's not a real person, and he's played by Hugh Laurie, so it's okay.
Is Hugh Laurie a real person?
Hugh Laurie's a real person.
Okay, very good. Hello, everyone. Sir, it's good seeing you. Hello, Psychar, myoclonic jerk. Welcome in. Chem Story, let me say thank you sincerely for the generous resubscription. 8 months is a lot of months. Thanks for keeping that going. Super kind. Hello to you. Yes, there will be a cat. You went to school with Hugh Laurie's son.
Wow. What?
I just didn't.
I mean that legitimately. I know sometimes I sound sarcastic when I'm actually being.
So you said, wow. Why is your reaction, wow, to the...
Hugh Laurie's son?
Yeah, to Hugh Laurie's son.
Because I am awed by celebrity culture.
That is true. And this is why you're very good in the crossword.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, thank you, Story, for the resubscription. Hello, Axix, Contraptions, good to see you. Cert, I don't know if I said hi yet, but hello again if I didn't, or did, or either way. Axix, I think I said hi already. I've lost track. This is the problem. This is the problem. I'm reading all the hellos, and there's a noise like, wow! I'm like, oh gosh, I've lost everything. It's all gone.
Oh, look, I do have a green haze around me.
You do. Yeah,
you have one under your armpit. Maybe that's your body odor. No, your other armpit. Well, that one too, yeah. Oh my.
It's true. It's green odor heading out there.
Just like in my little game. When I get poisoned, there's a little green mist about me.
Yeah. It's possible I'm poisoned right now. What did you put in my food yesterday?
I mean, you didn't have any of the
that's true.
Clams or the shrimps.
Yeah, we talk about that in a moment. Yeah. Yeah, definitely the green screen is set up for like one person standing in the middle. But here, having more than one person is lovely. It just means that no, come back. I think people enjoy.
Now look at your armpit. Does it still do
perfect?
That? No, now look at your armpit.
Well, yeah, it's definitely.
Your armpit is still like that.
It's the shadow.
I think it is actually your.
It's not my armpit. It's the shadow. It's the shadow, right?
The shadow knows.
This is why I'm supposed to have like what's called a key light, I think, or something like backlighting that comes from below, so that when I'm like giving the weather report, I look normal. Okay. I can also keep my armpits enclosed.
That's probably good because then people can see Minneapolis.
That's nice. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, very good. I have no idea what I was going to talk about today.
You were saying hello to everybody.
Yeah, hello everybody. Very good. Marks, you're here too. Other people are as well. Personalized greeting to every one of you, just like this. Ready for this? We're going to say hello to everyone simultaneously.
Oh, okay.
So here we go. Make sure you put your name where it goes. Hello and Happy New Year to you personally. Did you enjoy that? I enjoyed that. Anyway, hello. So yeah, New Year's was yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That means there's no garbage collection today.
That's true. We've been told that the Garbage is collected, the recycling is collected on a normal schedule all the way throughout the year, except for New Year's. And so I may have missed aluminum can day last week, and I was ready to put it out today because Monday morning, aluminum can day, and no, they're not here. The box is not out there, and so we have an ever-growing pile of aluminum cans.
Well, I thought at one point last week you said, "Oh, no more aluminum cans."
I did. I said
no.
I said I would not make any more aluminum cans until after we picked them up. But then it was New Year's, and I said I'd like a New Year's drink. Wouldn't that be nice? And had a New Year's drink, and then
Yeah, we went to the grocery store, and you were like, "Oh, this lovely drink comes in a 6-pack here. I can't get a 6-pack of it anywhere else, so
It's true.
Might as well jump on the opportunity."
Yeah, and I jumped. Gosh, right there for everybody, just like boop, right like that. It's perfect. All right, very good, very good. So yeah, yesterday was New Year's Day. Day before that was New Year's Eve. Haven't been here since then. So what stories do we have of New Year's Eve? Well,
New Year's Eve.
one big thing fell through.
Really?
Yeah, just before New Year's Eve, we talked on stream. We said our big goal for New Year's Eve is to go to the temple. The local temple, local Shinto temple nearby, we can go to and I do a traditional ritual just to see how it's done in Japan, because apparently very, very common to do in Japan. So we began to research this. We began to research the temple, and what's the most exciting thing that you found when researching a temple?
Well, Google Translate translated it as car exorcism.
Yes. So you're able to pay for special prayers and ceremonies and like personalized but not too personalized blessings, where they will give you some sacred artifacts and then hold a bigger ceremony for everyone at a later date. And these have like different intentions in the same way that like a Catholic mass can be said with a mind towards the deceased or with a mind towards sick people. You can do the same kind of thing here. And some of them are, I think, kind of obvious, like a ceremony for wealth or a ceremony for health or other things that people get concerned about. But as you said, one of them is labeled as a car exorcism.
Well, that's what Google Translate labels.
Yeah, but I mean, that Google Translate gets it to car exorcism, and that some of the insignias in the pile of things you get include like automobile symbols. Means that there's something to do with vehicles, and I suppose spirits. So how do you make sense of that? The fact that it's a car exorcism?
I think it just means like good things happen to your car, just like you would wish for good things for your child. Also because cars are so expensive here. No, the cars are not expensive, but having a car is so expensive. So it's something that you don't want to break.
Sure.
It's something where it's so crazy to drive here. I assume that maybe you don't want to get in an accident.
Sure.
I hear there's a highway that like grown adults are afraid of driving on because it's so crazy.
It's true. I mean, I can't imagine driving here. There's so many people and so many vehicles and so much speed, and just no thank you.
Not so much speed. Well, except on that highway.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I did see someone get into like a very slow speed run-in with a construction barrier chain link fence.
Huh.
Yeah. And then he had run his side of his delivery van into said chain link fence, and then he was trying to get out of that particular corner.
Yeah.
And then he backed into someone's bicycle, and that was the end of the night for that fella.
That's very unfortunate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he immediately got out and was trying to figure.
Good that it's slow speed.
Oh yeah. It was like 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, bad that it happened though. Yeah, I mean, I think I think I've said before that I didn't grow up in a Shinto culture. I grew up in a culture in which Shintoism was like an element of my samurai games, and that's really about it. And so I think that whatever traditions, even that are very like sincerely held by people who believe in or act in terms of Shintoism, will never make sense to me. Because like the idea of exercising, I mean, exorcism at all seems very strange to me, but exercising one's car in particular, like I don't want bad things to happen to my shoes. I don't want bad things to happen to my clothes. So can I also get them exorcised?
No, because you can buy new ones without it costing tens of thousands of.
Okay, so if my shoes get possessed, I guess is the word for it. I can go ahead and burn them and kill the demon that way.
I don't know that there's a demon in it, really. I mean, I remember you did throw away those slippers, and I think there were demons living in those slippers.
I told that story on stream a
Did you?
week or two back, and I believe it's one of the few times in a long time where people have said both ew about the story,
Yeah.
and someone actually said this is oversharing. But yes, definitely the case. I had some slippers that did not live a good life, unfortunately. Dude, it's good seeing you. Appears to be some Latin for you. Do you want to make a go at
where is it?
the purple name 3 from the bottom?
Oh.
Se lurco, se lurke, resortis, squishor, saltinum, fecits.
How did you pronounce that last word?
Fecits?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, what is this? Anyway, hi.
It's been a while since you've taught Latin, we'll say.
One of those forms.
Interesting form? All right, very good. Anyway, hello, Slivers. How you doing? Good to see you for sure. Yeah, Alamek, you're absolutely right. Japanese religion in general, Shintoism especially, is hyper-animist. It believes that basically everything has a spirit, a soul of some kind, or is inhabited, I guess, by spirit. And because of this, there's a lot of like attempt to make the spirits of things happy with you. I think you said before that...
You're gesturing towards me as if I should know any of this.
I mean, I think you said that the household you grew up in, though it was not explicitly Shinto or Buddhist, had certain amounts of Shinto and Buddhist implicit practices.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what Japanese people say about most Japanese people say about their religiosity, right?
Yep.
Which is that they're not religious, but there's like just some cultural things that show up in their household, you know?
I mean, I think you said in particular that the taking care of like everything you own.
Oh, sure.
On the one hand, we can give like a prudential story about the things you own cost money to buy, so take good care of them. But I think like there were at least a sense in your household, you said, that if you don't do so, it'll upset the object or cause problems.
Yeah, or or I don't know that it would upset it, but you just want to take care of things.
Yeah.
You want to be careful with things. Yeah, I heard this a radio show or a podcast where the poet Ocean Vuong talks about when they were growing up, like how they actually had like a whole real life temple and everything in the house. But yeah, they were kind of raised to take care of things as if like you don't want to like you don't want to be unkind to something, just as you would not want to be unkind to a person.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. They use the word unkind. Like if I take my iPhone, for instance, and throw it on the ground and hit it with a hammer, like I'm totally comfortable saying I've damaged it, I've harmed it, but I haven't been unkind to it. I think unkindness or anything like that require like, at least my naive sense, a recognition of it being something more than a mere object.
Yeah.
So I think that's definitely the kind of shift between the cultures. Yeah. And as before, like I think it's very hard for me to accept on its own terms. Though I understand what it's going for sure. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Klaus. Good seeing you. Klaus says that Nam's now official co-streamer.
Yay!
Only for about a week more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
although you don't know, I have work from home. I can work from home.
You allegedly can work from home. How often do you work from home? Never, right.
Well, I'm working from home today when I'm not supposed to be working.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah, I think it counts. That said, you're not supposed to be working. It is a nationwide holiday, right? Yeah, I shouldn't be working at all today. It's important for you to take care of yourself and etc. So, yeah, unfortunate. What was I going to say past that? So Shintoism, hi Klaus, week, gone or so. Hello, other people. Hello, Flopsdoodle, fuzzy good seeing you. What if my phone was programmed to say out when it was thrown? Yeah, I struggle with this because we recently got an Amazon Echo machine. Nam's won it in a raffle. and we use it in place of a television. So I watched a World Cup match on it. We would occasionally like have it play music and so on. And every single night, at the end of the night, as I'm about to go upstairs, we're about to go upstairs, I turn to it and I say, machine name, please turn yourself off. And then it does, and I, without fail, say, thank you. And I realize this is absolutely idiotic of me. Like, there is no ghost in that machine. There is no person behind it all, but it feels incredibly rude to make a request and not to be grateful afterwards.
Yeah.
And I think that might just be like linguistic habituation as opposed to like an actual recognition of a person inside of it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, there have been these studies done too, right? Of like how people talk to these.
I sneeze, pardon me.
Oh boy.
What's that?
Yeah, there have been studies done about like how polite people are to these. We call them AI.
We don't say AI.
To these computer programs.
That's fine. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Depending on like the voice type and the gender of the voice type.
Yeah. What's the big finding? Which does not apply to anyone here, of course. But the big finding is
people are rude to women, right?
Yeah.
Female voices.
Yeah. Though the default voices on most of these things are stereotypically women's voices, apparently people are more abusive and less likely to say thank you if it's a woman's voice. And that's one of those findings where I go, oof. Because though I try to be very polite to the machines, and say thank you to the self-checkout machine, I don't want it to be true. Like, I want it to be true that we're equally abusive and equally yelling all the rest, no matter what kind of voice is coming out of it. But yeah.
I mean, you were a little bit mouthy to our oven lady yesterday. She was like, "Hey, guess what? Your food is ready. Just a reminder, your food is ready." And you were like, "Yeah, I'm coming. You didn't
It's
say,
true.
"Oh, of course, thank you so much. I shall be there in just a moment."
So the problem is that the oven lady speaks in Japanese, and though I understand what she's saying in general, I do not understand the specific words, and so it stops being like a person is speaking to me, and becomes instead this is an ongoing noise. For example, I will mention your foibles, we'll call it. Occasionally, our friend Noms here enjoys going, we'll call it spelunking inside the refrigerator. Not a quick little open and grab something, but no, I need to engage with all the shelves. And what tends to happen?
Sometimes I'm engaging with all the shelves because I'm fixing where things go because things are on the wrong shelf.
We have a slight difference in this one. For me, if it's an open space in the shelf or in the fridge, something goes there. For Noms, it all has like conceptual construction always. And I try to respect this, but I have a hard time remembering where things go.
So, like in a classroom, do you, like, if you were a student, you always sit in the same place, don't you?
Sure. That's a social convention, though, and I recognize that it's absolutely arbitrary. And at any moment, we could upset it, that people could sit anywhere they want to.
Yeah, but do you try not to upset the other people by sitting in their spot?
So I'll agree with you as far as, because I know you care about this, I try very hard to continue doing it. But I don't think I upset the carrots if I put the celery where it goes.
About that?
Yes, because I do not think that carrots are people. I was gonna say though is our fridge has a very nice like whoops you've left me open alarm.
Oh yeah.
In case you haven't gotten door fully shut, and yeah, definitely that beep goes on, and you don't say, "Oh, Mr. Fridge, thank you so much for generously reminding me that you're open." What do you often say instead?
I don't know. I think I just ignore it. What do I usually say?
I mean, it's usually like pure vulgarism that I should not shout on stream.
I would never say something.
You would never. Do you actually not remember, or are you playing coy?
No, I don't. I don't remember. I think it also beeps far too early. It's like it beeps with 3 seconds.
That's not true. It's at least 30 seconds. So if I had a portable webcam, I would happily go to the fridge right now and do a reenactment of this, because you're a pretty little person. You agree with this, right? You're relatively
Yeah.
me. Yeah. And so when big anger comes out of little person, it is all kinds of hilarious.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
So what's it like? Like that?
I mean, there are often some nonverbal vocalizations, sure. There's occasionally taking the Lord's name in vain. These things do happen.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
There's no way you don't remember
I
this.
don't remember this. I'll try to recreate it later.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
I'm always curious how we interact with our appliances, because really, they are just our furniture. And like, our furniture is now populated with more and more things we have to interact with in positive ways. And that's strange.
Maybe this is why I'm so much more upset at the degradation of our sofa than you are.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our cats are very, very bad cats. And though we have bought them many, many scratching posts and hissed at them many, many times and tried for years to redirect their scratching behavior, when we were sleeping, they will always approach the furniture. Mm-hmm. And so the couch has gotten a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of fraying, we'll call it. It doesn't look terrible, certainly, and for me it's just fine. But Noms, I think it's right to say Noms is not like any of this.
No.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah. That's how it goes. It's the cost of having cats.
No, the cost of having cats is the amount of money that we have to pay to the various vets and the taxi services.
That's true.
To take Sasha there.
Yeah. And the food.
Oh, and the food.
Yeah. And the toys.
And the litter.
And the
litter box.
Yeah, and the labor on our arms from cleaning the litter
That's
box.
just yours.
That's mine. That's why I do that job. Yeah. Surely, if ever we get new cats, if ever we trade in the old ones for new ones, then we will absolutely positively train the next one just right.
We can trade them in. So can I take the cats to the local cat cafe and just dump them and take another one home? Do they have a trade-in?
They do. They assess the wear and tear on it. They determine what its fair market value is, and then you occasionally pay a little extra. That said, if you're turning 2 cats in, surely you can get one good one in exchange.
Yeah.
Let me say thank you real quick. Jack, it's good seeing you, friend. Thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Ooh.
Happy New Year for sure. Big Hurt and Wireless and Caesar and Flopzoodle and Jerry Moore. Y'all enjoy your emotes and such for 1 whole month. Thank you, Jack, for the kindness for sure. That's sporting and generous. I think we talked before, some years back, there was a joking ad online about, do you like kittens but hate cats? We'll send you a kitten in the mail, and when it becomes a cat, you can send it back to us, and we'll send you a new kitten. And it was clearly a joke company, but people fell for it. People were trying to write petitions against them and being very angry and calling their congressperson. And it was just a joke, of course.
Oh, I have 2 things to say.
Tell me 2 things.
1, whoever posted the Latin explained it, and I now see what's going on there. Thank you. And then the other thing I have to say is I was listening to this podcast the other day, which is how all of my stories start.
It's true.
I should be a stand-up comedian. I was listening to this podcast the other day.
Yeah, and you can talk about anything then, because there's literally a podcast about absolutely everything.
Oh, yeah. We've learned about some very crazy, very, very niche podcasts. But the one that I was listening to was talking about how this woman was bored at her job, so she made a found cat. I found this cat, is this yours? Little poster, right? And it was actually a picture of
a raccoon, right?
No, the other one, the ones that purportedly have rabies.
A possum.
Possum, yeah.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be a
found.
Yeah,
a
kitty cat, but instead of a kitty cat picture, it was a picture of an opossum.
Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah, and then she posted it in different areas in her neighborhood, and then people, and then she got all of these crazy voicemails from people because I don't think she thought that she was gonna get real calls, so she put her real phone number in there.
So people just look at it and have a laugh.
Yeah, they'd be like, "Ha ha, that was silly. That's a possum."
Are opossums immune to rabies? They actually are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not the ones that get rabies. Anyway, it was an opossum. Go ahead.
I think Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause I think
yeah.
often-
Raccoons are actually the ones that have rabies.
Yeah, I think often on Reddit there's this post that comes around and says like opossums may be ugly, but they like eat mosquitoes and
Yeah.
can't get rabies, and
Yeah.
they're the best friends forever.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah,
They get leprosy? Is that right?
I have no idea. That's armadillos.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
Armadillos.
there's something where only humans and something else can get
Yeah, there you go.
armadillos. Oh, pieces of armadillo.
I don't think I've ever seen an armadillo up close.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen,
used
like,
to live in
videos.
Florida, so they're the local roadkill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there's tons of those. But yeah, so this woman had like made this fake, like, found your pet, please call this number to claim with an opossum, and then she ended up getting like lots and lots of voicemails. And so some people were very nice. They're like, "Oh, honey, I don't think that's a cat. I think you should get that checked out." And then some people were like really vicious. Like they said that she was dumb and da da da. Like they were like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds delightful in intention and very sad in outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some people were very, very, very nice.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's nice. I enjoyed that story.
We were talking about New Year's Eve, by the way.
We were.
Yeah.
That's when we started this thing.
I don't think you ever finished out
I
that
didn't.
story.
How on earth did we get from New Year's Eve to opossums? I think we should make a conversational flowchart after stream. Like, we should pull up the VOD and like use MS Paint to tie things together.
I don't have MS.
I surely have MS Paint. You have like Microsoft. No, sorry.
Excuse me?
Macintosh Paint.
I don't think that exists. But we do have the full Adobe suite.
The full Adobe suite. Very good. Very, very good.
We do have the full Adobe suite. Well, I do. You could get it.
Yeah, we got it through our employer, correct?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm not saying we could get it illegally or anything like that. I'm just saying you have access to it.
Yeah, I believe I actually pay like $15 a month, or maybe $25 a month for like the Adobe audio mixer program. Because back when I was starting out as a streamer, I read a guide about how you could like live edit your microphone feed to make it sound like radio quality using just this one program.
So people can't hear.
Yeah, so there's no breathing sounds, fewer mouth sounds. The constant worry I have about like what audio sounds like because I can't see it. Yeah, okay, thank you. And so I remember using this program and like using this guide, and I sounded terrible.
Oh.
Absolutely terrible. The pop-up was something like, have the voice of God. And it was just some guy who like turned the bass way up and the reverb way up. And I think he had like a relatively small voice without it. Like, hi everybody, I'm here streaming. And it came out as like, hello friends, you're like the words literally changed.
I was gonna say, it makes you sound like Roman Mars.
I actually don't know. Don't know. I mean, Mars is a god. That's a good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so ever since then, I have not. I've not used it. I pay for it every month, and I keep thinking one of these months I'm going to figure out how to do this in a way that will be beneficial to the stream and make me happy. And occasionally I tinker with it, and I just can't figure it out.
Yeah, you were threatening to cancel one of our streaming services because we don't use it. And who's been using it a lot?
You have. Yeah, we were thinking about getting rid of Netflix, right?
Yeah.
And you've been watching horror shows on Netflix.
Horror shows.
Horror shows, yeah.
I don't know if they're horror. They're not horror shows. I think they're called survival. That's the genre.
But like Naked and Afraid's a survival show.
Yeah, it's a reality survival show.
I enjoy that because I think like I'll take my survival with the side of like, oh gosh,
Nudity? With the side of nudity?
I may have gotten dysentery, as opposed to survival with a side of like, here's a jump scare, and by the way, everyone you love is dead. Like,
yeah, there's no jump scares in what I'm watching.
There's at least tense music that makes you feel like one is going to come.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. I think for me, watching horror films, the worst part of it is like the anticipation of the director or whomever is setting up the moment of terror.
Yeah.
And even if the terror itself never comes, the uneasiness and anticipation is just too much for me. Yeah, it's anxiety of a sort.
Yeah.
I think one thing that when we were first cohabitating that we had to work on was like you believed would be like really cute to scare me, and it was very cute. But also I I jump terribly. I make an awful sound, and then I feel so anxious for, I don't know, 20 minutes afterward. It doesn't feel good.
Your poor tum-tum.
My poor tum-tum, right. And so I think we've talked through it. You don't do that anymore.
No.
I really appreciate it. But yeah, movies that even pretend that they're going to jump scare me, I just can't deal with it.
Yeah.
No.
So there's a movie that is now out on Netflix that I've been wanting to see for a while. And then Riz had to go and look up how many jump scares are in this movie.
So since I was a young boy, there's a very nice Christian website that's like, is this movie glorifying to God? And it lists like 7-8 different ways in which a film can or cannot be. So it's things like, is there sexual content?
Language.
Is there like profane language? Are people disrespecting the family, etc.? And then one of them is, how much horror is there? And so, Common Sense Media, Klaus, exactly, thank you. And so I've used those very, very young exclusively for that last one. Because when people say a movie is scary, it can be scary in lots of ways. I don't mind like dramatic worry and like the thriller possibly. It's just the jump scare. I don't mind seeing disgusting things on film. I mean, I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, you do, I think. Well, because that's what's in the one that I'm watching.
I mean,
there's lots of disgusting things.
Like a war movie, for instance. Like, like if people are, you know, like screaming in terror because their body's been damaged, like, I feel it, but it doesn't feel upsetting to me, I suppose.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, in the same way that, I mean, it's a different kind of upset, I guess. So they do this one very, very young, and the show you want to watch has apparently 9 jump scares.
I thought it was 10.
Maybe it's 10.
Yeah.
9 or 10 jump scares, and I found that one of these websites about jump scares actually lets you download a subtitle program to play at the same time as you play your DVD that will about like 30 seconds to a minute before the jump scare happens says, like, a jump scare is coming. And I like that, because that lets me then say, time to get some coffee. Or, there's anything else in the world more interesting than this movie right now. It's not. I think in the same way that we try to be accessible to people with other different abilities, maybe all films should have a little, here comes a jump scare for people like me.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to the temple? Or do you have more? It ruins the jump scare. That's the point.
What was I thinking about? I was thinking about my gross show. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, very good. Back to the temple. So we were going to go to the temple. We learned about car exorcisms and all the rest. And also on the website, we learned something else, which is one thing we knew, which is New Year's Day is the most popular day of the year for temple visits. In the same way like Christmas and Easter for Christians often is the one day a year or 2 days a year when people go to church. It's the most popular day, and so it'll be a very, 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 very long line. And fine, whatever. But we also discovered, and this is the part where if you're in Discord, you already know the punchline, that there's a very long line that you can skip if you pay them at least 1,000 yen.
Yeah, I don't know if our interpretation of those two sentences.
So it either is saying you can come in the middle of the night before the line shows up, if only you'll pay the 1,000+ yen, which is $7.50, $8 right now. Or it's saying when there's a long line, you can pay 1,000 yen to jump the line.
Oh, no. I think I read it initially as, you can pay 1,000 yen to do this visit, and there will be a long line just to warn you.
Oh, really?
That's how I initially read it.
Okay, so I think
it really is not. I mean, Google Translate doesn't do a good job of drawing the connection between the two.
Yeah. If it's causal or merely sequential. So I think we've watched a number of videos about New Year's Day temple visits, and none of them have ever mentioned you have to pay a fee to do it. So perhaps our local Shinto shrine is especially enterprising and capitalistic, or more likely we're interpreting it correctly.
Oh, in that case, I totally would have done it. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm waiting a long line, whatever.
Wait, really?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Dude, I will do anything to not have to spend money. If there's an option to spend time or effort on something instead of spending money, for example, our different beliefs in lawn mowing, right? I think, well, there's a whole different thing about lawn mowing, but yeah, if I can spend time on something and not have to spend money on it, I'll totally do that.
Okay.
Especially if it's in the middle of the night where I'm not required to be doing anything else except for like sleeping.
Okay.
I totally stand in that because it's also an experience. Like, oh, we stood in this long line.
Okay. So I didn't want to go, and I thought we agreed on this, but
Yeah,
maybe we're having different conversations.
I realize that I missed out on an opportunity of a lifetime.
We can go next year. But for me, it was the presence of this way you can jump the line with money in a religious context strikes me as being like exploitative of poor people. Or people who can't afford it but still want to do their rituals. And so, like, the congregation I grew up in, it was called Free Methodist. The free...
I just thought that was funny. Like, free. Yeah, keep going.
Have you gotten too far ahead in the story and already tell the story because you already had the joke?
Go ahead.
Oh, very good. So it's called Free Methodist in multiple senses. One of the senses was they were opposed to slavery in the Civil War period. Fine. Second, though, they broke off because they didn't believe in pew taxes, where you could pay additional money to sit in better places inside the congregation. And the most money allowed you to sit in the front row where the reverend would see you and surely God would see you acting well.
Yeah, and then everybody would see you if you weren't there, too.
Well, I think you guarantee you're there then. Whew. Anyway, and so I was raised on this like strong democratic sense that in religious matters especially, it should be equally accessible to everybody. Mm-hmm. So the idea of some people queuing up there for 3 or so hours and then someone showing up and saying, here's some money, I'm not going to stand with people. I'm going to skip the line. Like, I'm probably fine with that at Disney, but I feel horrible about that in religious contexts.
Maybe they expect no one to take them up on that offer. And then when somebody tries to do it, everybody goes, boo, hiss.
So you get shamed for skipping it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible. I would have been happy to go there and boo at random Japanese people.
Or if we saw like this little old lady in line, she's shivering, we could give her 1,000 yen and be like, go on up front, old lady. Yeah.
Michael Sandel, the Harvard political philosopher, has a really good book called The Moral Limits of Markets, in which he suggests in our contemporary culture, basically everything has been commodified, and so there are lots of places
like
where
resorty.
Hello, am I a commodity? If you harm me, does it feel like you're being unkind to me, or there's just something being hurt? Anyway, yeah. So Sandel's book, The Moral Limits of Market, it's aptly fantastic on raising this question of does the introduction of money into some spheres poison it? And the example I always use in my classes is the New York Public Shakespeare Festival. So every year for a very, very long time, New York City has put on Shakespeare in the Park for people who can't afford to go see it in the very large concert halls and theaters, I suppose. Mm-hmm. And because there's so much demand over the years, they gradually brought in a ticketing system, free tickets, but you had to get a ticket to go to this show. And so it began to privilege people who didn't have to work during the day because they could then go get the tickets. And that's fine in some respects. But eventually, people who had substantial amounts of money would hire other people to stand in line for them so that they could get their ticket. And so it ends up being the case that Shakespeare in the Park is not something that like functions to give Shakespeare to everybody, but instead it's like a big cultural event now where people who have money enjoy Shakespeare in the Park.
With Patrick Stewart.
With Patrick Stewart, absolutely. Yeah. And so like this is a place where the introduction of markets and money kind of perverts what the thing is about.
Yeah, I mean, this may be terribly cynical, but I think like that always happens. Just because people be people.
The fact something does happen doesn't mean we shouldn't try to stop it from happening.
Sure. So maybe we should have gone there, and then as people were walking up with their 1,000 yen to try to cut the line, we would have been like, and like slap the money out of their hands.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, of course.
Or we could pay them 2,000 yen to wait it.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a grand solution. I'm always very, very careful not to say, because this thing is happening and seems to always happen in our history, we should never, ever, ever try to do anything to stop it.
Yeah. Also, how nice would it be for you to come in as a foreigner and tell these monks what they should and should not be doing with their temple?
You do recall the choice I chose instead was, I don't want to go.
You just want to sleep.
Yeah.
That was the choice you made.
That's what it is. I was asleep. Yeah, so we boycotted, or I boycotted at least, because it just feels kind of gross to me. And that's my story.
Okay. So we didn't go to the temple.
No, we didn't go to the temple. It's a long story.
We should go to that one sometime, though.
Oh,
It
yeah,
looks like it's
sure.
got a lot of stuff at that one.
Absolutely.
It looks like a pretty nice temple.
Yeah.
We always walk around it to get our pizza.
That is true.
That says something.
We walk around the church to
Go get our pizza.
go get pizza. That's how it
Yeah,
goes. Yeah. There's an interesting question here, though, that you touched on that set off a little conversation with the trade-off between money and convenience.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that I struggle with this. I always, not always. I often lean in the direction of I'm okay with spending some amount of money to not have to do arduous work that I don't want to do.
Yeah.
And so the example you mentioned there is mowing the lawn. So our most recent house before this one had a fairly large yard.
It's not very long.
It's
It had a front yard and a backyard like many American houses.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a suburban house.
Yeah.
And it was definitely a suburban house with a relatively large yard for suburbia.
I wouldn't say it was relatively large for suburban. Now, granted, right? Remember the house I had before that one was like on an acre.
That's true.
An acre.
Anyway, it was large enough that it took at least half an hour to do.
Yeah.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes, for the lawn mowing Americans out there, they'll be like, a half an hour. Ah.
I mean, it could take a lot more.
Yeah. Okay.
One second.
Now, it was terribly sloped, which was part of the
Exactly.
issue.
It was sloped. It was like up and down in places.
Yeah.
There was like edging stuff where you couldn't just go up against it. You couldn't just do straight line. Like, there was thinking, and also it was in a place where it got very, very hot in the summer.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how you didn't like to ride on it, too.
Yeah.
So who was on the rider? This guy.
Well, yeah, we usually end up segregating the jobs. I did the pushing part, and you did the riding part.
But why didn't you do the riding part?
I worried that it would tip outward.
Which I think is...
It didn't feel good.
Yeah, it takes a lot, I think, to tip a lawnmower. But...
Yeah, as someone who didn't grow up with a riding lawnmower, okay, yeah.
I didn't either, but I had to take 2 hours to mow the acre lot, so
Yeah.
I got used to it.
Yeah, and so instead of taking the riding mower, I think I said consistently that I would just push it. Mm-hmm. That's fine. Mm-hmm. You know, I will do that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the story here is neither of us enjoy mowing the lawn. Like, there's some... You enjoy it?
I am okay on it because I use it as podcast time.
Sure.
To listen to even more podcasts.
What I mean to say, though, is there are some people, like our neighbor there, who love nothing more than taking care of their lawn.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they get tremendous satisfaction out of saying, like, look, there's not a single weed across all of this. The edges are done perfectly. Mm-hmm. There's, like, bushes I've put in.
There's no clippings. He doesn't mulch back in. He bags, of course.
Yeah. And so they look at it and say, wow, what a job well done. I am very satisfied. Mm-hmm. I think for me, the best I can say is, well, that's done for another few weeks. Mm-hmm. And that's not like satisfaction at all. Mm-hmm. And then like, the worst is I'm hot, I'm sweaty, I feel gross, etc. Yeah, and so when I moved in with you, I said, neither of us especially enjoy this job. It'd be nice to spend Saturday morning doing something other than this job. Mm-hmm. There are lots of local lawn services that are always advertising for work. Why don't we make use of one of those? You know, why don't we go ahead and hire someone to take care of that job? If we have the money for it, we can do that. And I was responded to thus.
Well, I think my typical line is, I don't pay someone to do something that I could do myself.
Yeah, you don't pay someone
Yeah.
something you wouldn't do yourself. Or you
that
could
I
do
can
yourself.
do myself.
Yeah, and I recognize, of course, that pretty much everything in life we could do ourselves.
Yeah.
We could change our oil. We could
I
make
used to do that.
we could make dinner every night, etc., etc., etc.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I think for me, certain things are just unpleasant. So why would one do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is something I've had to learn.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think generally I haven't wanted to pay for anything that I could do. And I've now grown to understand that time is precious and not infinite. So maybe it would be good to pay a professional to do some things who could do them faster and better than I could do them.
Yeah, but I think you said though also with mowing your lawn in particular, you don't want to be seen as the kind of person who does not mow their own lawn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and for me, I think my standard line here is I do not care what neighbors think of me. They can move away if they don't like me. We're not here to be friends. But for you, I think like your standing in the community matters a fair bit more.
Yeah, maybe so.
Now, part of that is because you work in the community and I work staring at the camera.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's like having a gardener, right? I think you don't have any problems with having a gardener, whereas I feel like you're a certain, like, I don't know. People think you're a certain type of person if you have a gardener.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like having a driver.
Yeah, I mean, on the one side, like, I think I want to say I'm not terribly concerned about people's perceptions of me because you don't know me. Like, I'm happy to say that we all make partial judgments about others. And ideally, I do want people to think well of me, but if someone makes a judgment of me based on impartial or false beliefs, that's on them, not on me.
So you care a tremendous amount about class, right? So,
Oh boy.
So part of the reason I feel the way I do about being thought of as the sort of person who would have a gardener or a driver is that I think it seems like it says that you're not only a person of a certain class, but a person of a certain class who believes that other people are there to do menial tasks.
Yeah, that's a big topic now. So I want to really
I don't know if you realize that my sense was in part class-based.
So I think class is not a matter of this is a very big topic. So one can be a member of the bourgeoisie and put on clothes from Goodwill. One is still a member of the bourgeoisie. So I think the behaviors that one chooses, especially when it comes to how you spend your money, are often a reflection of class, but they do not necessarily change the underlying class dynamics.
Yeah. I agree.
So I want to be very, very careful with how we trot out language of class here. I mean, I think that a gardener and a landscaper are not the same thing. I don't think I'd be a person who'd ever want to have like a carefully manicured flower bed that I don't care for myself. I'm just not really into it. Yeah.
A landscaping service. What if the landscaping service is part of a large national corporation?
I mean, the ones we were interacting with were like, "Hi, I'm Bob. I'll bring my sons over."
Yeah, exactly. It's child labor is what we were interacting with. A child labor that does not declare its taxes.
I don't know that. I do not work for the IRS. It feels like we're spinning in directions we cannot actually explain empirically, but yeah. I think we just differ on this one, and so I want to say that the happy thing is we don't have a lawn now.
Yeah, and that's how we solve that.
That's how we solve this problem. Is we never again have a lawn because I just don't want to mow it, and that is
never again have a lawn. Oh boy.
I would ideally prefer never again to have a lawn, or if we have one, I would like to hire someone to do that work for us because I'm being an old man then.
I will say that my boss told me that when he was president somewhere else, very, very busy, right? Presidents are busy people. He took like a couple hours to mow his own lawn.
Oh yeah, if you take satisfaction from it.
I don't know if he took satisfaction from it.
Yeah.
I think it was the same reasoning and rationale that I had, was that you felt like you had to mow your own lawn.
Yeah, I mean, he surely would not agree with anything like class-based analysis of these things. So for him, it's probably a matter of like, industry is the highest of values, the highest of virtues. And so I must be industrious out there and show people that I'm a mower like them.
Yeah, maybe so. But also, like, just because I'm a president, I'm not above doing, like,
Sure.
daily chores, like mowing the lawn and washing my dishes.
Yeah, I'm okay with saying, like, it's a moral failing on me. I'm just very lazy. That's fine. I'll take that one. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind chores. I don't mind doing the laundry or cleaning the toilet or whatever else. It's just that one in particular, because of the time it takes, and I feel kind of gross.
Yeah, I think it's the getting hot part.
I really
hates getting hot.
dislike getting hot. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Maybe it's because you're a sweaty person.
Yeah, exactly, Contraption. We're not big fans of grass lawns here in general, but yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe we can live somewhere where we can have like a wildflower, natural lawn. Hey, we have those friends of ours who do that. They do mow their lawn, but they actually like weed by hand. And they like plant native grasses and native plants. Like they took out the what is it? The flowers that had been put in their house when they bought it, and then they planted native species there.
Absolutely.
We could be those people. You could sit outside for hours at a time weeding by hand and taking out all of the non-native grasses from the lawn.
Yeah. No. Another one of our friends dug up their front lawn and planted corn, and was very happy to have done so. And
I don't know this person.
Alice.
Oh,
yeah. And the city then changed the law or local regulations so you had to have a grass lawn. You were not allowed to grow corn in your front lawn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Corn is a really nice screen, too.
She thought so. She thought it was beautiful. She thought she would use it.
It makes this like nice rustling noise.
Yep, but no.
Very, very good white noise.
Yeah. Corn is for out there. Grass is for here. I don't know how they defined it, but the regulation was written directly in response to her, and she was dismayed. She was a professor of environmental studies, and so like had both like personal reasons as well as moral reasons for doing this. And
I should plant bamboo and then tell them it's my culture.
That's good. Yeah, I think it might be property values uber alles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And if you have to look at the neighbor with their bamboo, who knows?
It's really pretty, honestly.
It is, but
really
it's invasive is the issue, right?
It is invasive, especially in the States. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
But you just line it with sidewalks, so it can't grow beyond that.
That's good.
Although, you know what? It probably would shoot runners under the sidewalk and pop up in the neighbor's lawn.
So bamboo is a runner-based plant. Does it like throw seeds or spores or anything?
I think it's runner-based.
Okay, yeah. I don't know anything about it. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So it was New Year's Eve. We went to bed at like 11:30 or so. Dom said that at midnight here in Japan, all the shrines ring out their bells 108 times, correct? Which is a sacred number, 108. Don't know why, but it is.
I'm sure I learned it in yoga training and photographer.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Hello to Epic. If you click your name, you can now see how long you've been following the channel. I'm sure it's been a very long time, no doubt about it. We didn't hear the sounds though. Yeah,
because we heard the sounds of our snoring.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think we were up reading until about midnight.
You think so?
I think so.
You might have been. I might have been like, I don't know.
Yeah, you're on the phone. All right, Epic, I will click a name for you. Epic, you've been following since October 12th of 2015.
Wow.
I started streaming on August, 10th or 11th of 2015.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. So you're not the oldest follower that stopped by regularly, but yeah, the 2015 crew.
Well, oldest, as in by age, or oldest in...
Longest lasting. Yeah, the second follower ever stops by occasionally, and that is ridiculous. So thanks for being part of the community all the way through.
108 worldly passions.
Oh, all right, Buildings 108 world passions. Cleanse them all.
So I can name them. Passion for pizza. Rizordi's passion for his Okinawan beer. Passion for
sandwiches?
Cinnamon rolls. Sandwiches.
Wait,
our passions are food based.
It's all gluttony. So we have 108 kinds of gluttony. That's a problem. All right, so that's the end of the New Year's Eve conversation. We then have a brief bit of New Year's Day conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll get on to video game time, I promise, because as I've mentioned before, when we have extended openings, we lose followers. I don't care about this; it's fine. It's just funny to me. It's very funny to me.
Well, also, I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but we've lost 3 followers.
Really?
In the past hour. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind. I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're hanging out. But we're winnowing out, having only the grain that are the true resorty fans.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
It's not a no. It's not a no.
No.
It's not a no.
Look, I'm gonna leave like a Muppet.
You're welcome to come back. We're in the story time. Yeah.
Coming back like a Muppet.
You call the grain only in the most positive way possible.
Isn't it the wheat and chaff? Wheat?
It's wheat and chaff? Alright.
Yeah. The wheat from the chaff?
You are wheat. You are wheat, not grain. That's it. Wheat's a kind of grain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the idiom is to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Well, then I've created a new idiom. Glorious. Glorious. So New Year's Day. I think there's just 2 stories I want to tell about this. Do you have a few stories in mind, or?
No.
Number 1, we slept in. That was delightful. That's actually not a story. We had 3 stories. Number 1, though, we slept in. Very, very nice. Any story you want to tell, then?
No.
Okay.
I'm curious about what your stories are.
I think they're both perfectly sensible stories. Here we go. So one of them is that we had a traditional Japanese meal for lunch. You made a soup. The soup is called
Ozoni.
And it was a broth.
Yeah, it's basically like miso soup.
It's miso soup with some extra things in it than usual.
Yeah.
Usually miso soup is like small tofu pieces, is that right?
Yeah.
And then seaweed.
Yeah.
And so instead of that, it was pieces of boiled onion.
Yeah, I don't know if the onion is traditional.
Okay.
Put it in there.
Carrots.
Yeah.
Lotus root?
No, daikon radish.
Daikon radish and mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you eat this with chopsticks.
And
also, Nam's made grill mochi. Mochi is a rice that's then smushed, like so, and like then formed in some way. These are formed as little rectangles. There's also mochi ice cream and mochi sugary snacks and.
Everything is made out
Everything
of
made of
rice
true.
here.
Yeah, made of rice here. Yeah, so but the mochi grilled, which are like kind of hard and crispy on the outside.
Yeah, it's like marshmallows.
Exactly, like marshmallows. The inside, it's not quite as fluffy, but it's much softer, softer than other dishes. That's good. So you put that inside of the broth, and it soaks up some. And apparently, this is how old people die. Yeah, I was told the very first time I ever had mochi, back in the U.S., Nam's got it at the International Food Store, I believe. I was told, be careful eating the mochi, because it can kill you. And I said, ha ha ha, it's just a dessert. It's just food. It can't kill you. But you said...
Oh yeah, every year at New Year's, there are always a few old people who die or choke on the mochi.
Because?
Because it gets stuck in their throat.
Yeah.
It's very, very chewy.
It's chewy and slidey all at once, so it's fairly easy to just let it go down the old gullet before it's been fully chewed up, and then it like expands and sticks to the throat, and it can't be cleared effectively.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that's horrifying. So the entire time we were eating our New Year's mochi yesterday, I was saying things like, are you chewing enough? Please keep chewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that said, I think the old people, I mean, part of it is it may be kind of an urban myth, the old people choking on the mochi thing. Like maybe it happened to a few people, and ever since then it's been told over and over.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, those mochi that they choke on happen to be not of the grilled type that get added later, but the ones that are boiled in with the soup. So they get there's no crispy outside, and they get super gummy.
Okay, we're never gonna have that though.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't ever have that because
no boiled mochi for you.
I'm afraid of Japanese food. No, we'll try it sometime. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense that if it's like really squishy and also
no crispy,
no crispy, full of liquid,
nothing to get the friction against the
Yeah, very scary for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Contraption has some good questions. The other thing we got for New Year's, our traditional New Year's thing called osechi. I've mentioned it before on here. It's a treasure box that is full of pre-prepared food that is eaten traditionally on New Year's, so that people who make food in the house usually don't have to cook and can take the day off. And so it's a bunch of traditional Japanese I don't want to say side dishes, but like tiny little servings. Tapas, that's right. Tiny little servings of many, many different kinds of Japanese foods. And you can buy these, you can pre-order them at local stores or big department stores or lots of other places. And so we did that. We spent some time shopping around, trying to figure out which one we wanted to get. Initially, we were planning to get one that was vegetarian. We went to the big department store and read about it, and it was...
So expensive.
Very expensive.
So expensive.
Very expensive. Do you remember how much?
Like hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, I think it may have been $170 or $200.
There were three kinds that we could get, and like they were all super...
Yeah, and so we decided that we like Japanese traditions, but that's a lot of money for food we not enjoy.
Yeah, Noms does not like to pay more money than she needs to.
Yeah. Noms wants to save the money, and that's good. Of course, it's good. And $170 is a lot of money to spend on anything, but certainly on a single meal.
Yeah, especially like a small box of things. A small box the size of like a book, possibly. We couldn't tell how big they were.
Yeah.
I know how big an average osechi container is, but because these are kind of like special vegan ones, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine they would have it so small, because that'd probably upset people, but... I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, so instead we went to a local store and got the like normal size 2-person one, and it cost instead
like $80.
$80.
All right, I did a 100 to 1.
Okay, it's about $60.
Yeah.
Then. Yeah, so still like a good amount of money for sure.
But far less than.
But a lot less, and perhaps a reasonable amount for like a holiday celebration. Now, the trouble with this is...
Oh, I was thinking about the holiday celebrations. I'm like, that's how much people probably spend on their like Christmas KFC buckets.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or if you buy like a fancy ham or giant side dishes and all the rest. Like, I think Christmas feasts or New Year's feasts are often one of the more expensive meals of the year. Yeah. But yeah, we got the giant box, and the problem with that is that the vast majority of things in it.
Not vast majority. I would say like a third of it was fish or meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to count, but it felt like more than that to me.
Okay.
And so we opened it up, and immediately there were 2 large prawns.
They're shrimp.
Are they shrimp?
They're shrimp.
Okay, I don't know the distinction between shrimp and prawn. They felt large to me.
That's because you're usually not used to seeing it with their little heads on.
That's true.
And their little tails on.
Yeah, and I'm used to seeing ones that are quite small.
Yeah.
And so I know like the old joke about the oxymoronic character of jumbo shrimp.
Oh.
Is this a jumbo shrimp or is it sub-jumbo still?
I think it's sub-jumbo.
Really? Even bigger. Anyway, these like 4 eyes are looking up at us, and there's like a little box of tiny little fish that have been like boiled, soaked, I don't know what, in soy sauce. And they had their little eyes grilled,
because they're crunchy.
And they're looking up at us, and then there's like part of an octopus's little tentacles and little suction cups are looking up at us, and from the box came far more looking than I wanted. Yeah, and so how'd that go for us?
We translated all of the contents of the box, and we went through and figured out what was what.
Yeah.
And then I said, Riz, you don't have to eat. These are the things that are safe to you. And then I said, I will take upon me the burden and the sins of eating the fish.
I mean, I think part of it is you're very into wanting to like experience the culture and connect with your roots.
I just want to try new things.
And you want to try new things. And so Noms went ahead and had the sins.
Not all of them, but yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. Okay. And I instead ate a lot of beans. And I enjoyed the beans. It felt very similar to a southern U.S. tradition. My grandmother was from Louisiana and Texas, and so every New Year's she would make us eat black-eyed peas. You have to have one scoop of black-eyed peas a year, or instead you'll have bad luck. Now that I say black-eyed peas, this reminds me, of course, of the band, the Fergie and the boys. Yeah.
I saw them before they were big.
Of course you did. Did you see them before they had Fergie as their singer? Okay.
Yeah.
And we heard a great This American Life about how the band, the Black Eyed Peas, had some other singer first, and then she quit the band in order to go do something with college, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, and then they got a different singer and made it huge because of that. And she kind of wondered what might have been. Anyway, we had a lot of little black beans that felt similar to this tradition.
Black edamame.
They're black edamame. Yeah, they're tasty enough. And there's some egg dishes. There were some like sweetened baby peaches.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Sweet baby peach. That sounds even more like cannibalistic, or like not cannibalistic, like sweetened baby peaches compared to there were these grilled fishes because of the word baby.
Oh,
Sounds
okay.
Like we're eating.
I think it was translated as being immature peaches.
Oh really?
I believe so.
Juvenile?
Juvenile? Yeah, I don't know. Unripened. Anyway, they're green peaches that would have been depitted and sweetened somehow. They're very, very good.
They're good. They tasted very peachy.
Absolutely.
Peachy keen.
Yeah, but then comes the interesting question, which is the interesting question of what did we do with those giant shrimp and their eyes, and then underneath it, what they called Japanese style
boiled clams or something?
boiled clams. Let's try to explain what those are. So I should have taken a picture, of course.
I should have brought down the shell.
It's all right. It's all right. And so the shell is like one of these spirally kind of shells.
Yeah, it looks like a snail shell.
Yeah, it's like a snail shell. So when I see it, I don't think of oysters.
Yeah.
Or clams, whatever it was. I think of snails.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
It's a pretty shell.
It's a very pretty shell, absolutely. And so if you turn the shell upside down, you see that there's a little buddy.
Yeah, there's a little buddy.
There's a little buddy in there waiting for you. And I wanted nothing to do with that because little buddy is in his house. So little buddy should stay in his house.
Little buddy has been boiled to death in his house.
That is definitely true.
That's why you don't like feeling hot. You're afraid you're boiling to death.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah. But what did you do with these? So let's take the shrimp first.
The shrimp, we've done nothing with.
We've done nothing
They're
with.
Still there.
And why is that?
Yeah, I'm torn about what to do with the head.
Yeah.
Right? Because on the one hand, it is died already, so it would be a shame to waste its former life by just throwing it away.
Right, but the head, what you're supposed to do with it is...
Well, what I've seen from, like, Forrest Gump and other things is that you're supposed to suck the head out.
Yeah, like you break the shrimp in half, and then you have the tail section and the head section with its little eyes and its little antennae, whichever way, and you, like, enjoy its brain parts.
Yeah, and I've heard that it's, like, the best part of the shrimp as well, right? In terms of delicacies and such.
Yeah, I think it's one of those places where, like, that may well be true, and I don't doubt it even a little bit. So yeah, I think for me that's like a cultural issue, or like it just feels gross to consume brains. Yeah.
And so because of that impasse, it just
stayed there.
It's
absolutely
stayed there.
right.
I'm thinking about it. But the little clam buddy, I dug out.
Yep.
I dug out of his home.
Yep.
With the chopsticks, and I ate him.
Yeah. Really good.
It was fine. I would say he was fine.
I think it's actually kind of the point of the entire meal. None of it like really blew my mind at how it tasted.
Yeah.
It was all like, fine. I mean, that said, as you rightly commented yesterday, Japanese cuisine tends to be fairly subtle flavors.
Mm-hmm. Are you a subtle flavor
I am
connoisseur?
not. I am not. I'm feeling a little hungry. Let me take the jar of garlic out of the fridge and get a spoon, and a spoonful of garlic helps the resorty feel good.
Yeah.
And then she has to sit next to me or sleep next to me for the next day and a half of smelling like pure garlic. This might be the part where you can be glad you don't have smell-o-vision. My sense of smell is not particularly good, and so if things are subtle flavors, I can barely taste them at all.
Although, you know what? I did have one of the roe.
Yep.
That looked like little bubbles. Like the larger roe that looks like bubbles.
Yep.
And it was an explosion of salty sea in my mouth. So, which I think is what is intended. So
Salty sea.
yeah, it was sea flavor and salt flavor exploding in my mouth.
Yeah.
So yeah, I haven't had like the larger roe before. But yeah, Little Buddy tasted akin to oysters, but Little Buddy was cooked.
Yeah.
And also had like a soy saucy flavor to him. So
Yeah.
he was a little bit rubberier than like fresh oysters that you would get. And had like a cooked stewed flavor. That said, I think everything in the box is meant to last for a few days.
Yes.
So I don't know that you're gonna get anything like fresh flavored, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be no sushi in it, right?
Absolutely.
It's gotta be stuff that traditionally also wouldn't need to be
Exactly. It can
So-
sit in the box
yeah.
for multiple days,
Yeah.
so people don't have to cook for
Yeah.
it.
So one of my colleagues actually said that like she doesn't actually like the seafood in osechi because she finds it to be like not super tasty.
Sure, absolutely.
So-
Yeah, I think that almost everything in there that I had was flavored with soy sauce, which like I like the flavor fine. I put it on my sushi or whatever, but it got kind of repetitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, and so the punchline here then is after Nam's had a fair amount of the fish, trying a little bit of everything, she then very sweetly cut it up into little cat-sized, bite-sized pieces and put on a plate on the floor.
A little buffet of 5 items.
Little buffet.
There was like a pork item, I didn't give him any of the beef. Maybe I'll try that next
Sure.
time. A pork item, 2 different kinds of roe,
Salmon? Yep.
and
Octopus.
squid.
Oh, squid and octopus,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. And you put it out, and initially, Mr. Fritz came over and
Sniffed it.
and then
Walked away.
Walked away. And I think I said, just give him time. I think that if there's suddenly a bunch of food on the floor, he doesn't know what to do, because one of us does not feed him human food ever. Never has intentionally. Others of us,
Except you feed him like tuna out of human tuna out of a can. That's human food.
so when I say human food, what I mean is
Table scrap.
table scraps in particular. Like, definitely there are things that could be consumed by humans, including possibly like cat food in general. But I set it on the floor and say, this is for you all the way through. I never take anything that I've been eating and say, some for you also. Yeah, that's what it comes to. None of us, though, either wants to delight the cat with novel experiences or is trying to buy affection. I'm not sure which one. And so...
Teaching him new tricks.
Yeah. And so... Like, because you actually have taught him a new trick.
Yeah, I have taught him a new trick.
Where-
Now
where-
he'll stand up on his hind legs and go like this.
Yeah. So she hangs food over his head, and he tries to get it, and it's very, very sweet to watch. And so I'm glad you taught him the trick.
Yeah, he'll do it with empty hands now too.
He will, and you enjoy tricking him. Like, don't have food this time. Ha ha! Look at him go. Poor buddy. But
So he walked away.
yeah, he walked away.
I think Sasha also came down.
Yeah, and smelled that, walked away.
Yeah.
But before too long,
Yeah.
he came back around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and would not eat it directly out of the buffet, but instead,
Which is nice. You don't want people eating directly out of the buffet.
yeah. So instead, he took his little fork, namely his claw on his right hand, and pushed things off, and then ate them off the floor. And I mean, I don't want to anthropomorphize too much, but I think he had a really nice New Year's celebration.
Yeah. So he had some pork and some salmon.
Yep.
I don't think he touched anything else, but you put the plate away, so I don't know.
I did. Definitely the roe was still all there, like the big roe.
Big girl.
Big roe. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
Oh man, no one likes the big row.
No one likes the big roe.
I was
It's too
hoping they would
much.
take that off my hands.
Yeah,
Right?
anyway, it's nice. It's nice that the cats had some treats. It's nice that the cats are experiencing new things, and yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I was surprised that he went for the pork just because it was like grilled or stewed or somehow cooked in some sort of teriyaki
Yeah.
thing.
2 more followers lost. All right.
Oh no!
One more.
Oh no!
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't know how we see this.
Don't worry about it. I normally don't watch my follower number during stream. It doesn't really matter, but I just find it funny. That's all. Okay. So.
Bye. Sorry.
No, it's fun. It's fun. So one last story then, and we'll go to games, and then surely no one will ever unfollow
That's right.
again.
We appreciate the wheat.
That's right. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. What was the last story? Yeah, the last story is we did something that we do every year. That I don't think I've mentioned previously. Hey, Stalk, thank you for the other follow. Look at that, going back in the right direction. I really appreciate it quite a bit, my friend. I swear we'll be doing Dwarf Fortress very, very soon. But we did a yearly tradition. Something we do every year, not necessarily on New Year's Day, but this year it happened then. And it's a tradition I started 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about this or no?
Well, no, you're welcome to talk about it. I'm looking at where you can see followers. I see it now.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. So the yearly tradition that I started 4 years ago, when on our anniversary of starting to date, our 1 year anniversary of starting to date explicitly, as opposed to just hanging out, I gave her a card. And the card was not a happy anniversary card. Instead, it was a birthday card. And not just any birthday card, but a card that was explicitly meant for a 1-year-old.
This is for baby.
This is for baby. And so the front of it said, happy birthday, you are 1. And I took a giant Sharpie and I crossed out the U and wrote we. And yeah, so it says, happy birthday, we are now 1. And I thought it was cute. And so I then proceeded to write inside the card as many memories as I come up with of important or interesting or funny things that we'd done together in the past year. And I signed it, and I gave it to her, and how did you feel when you got that?
That was nice.
It was nice. It was special. I think we both had a nice laugh over it. And I think we agreed we should do this every year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so a year later, we went and got a birthday card, also for baby, that said, happy 2nd birthday. Is
or
something like that.
A 2-year-old is a baby or is a toddler?
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know where the line is, but a toddler or something.
Yeah.
And we proceeded this time to sit down and do it together, where we went ahead and on the inside of the card, wrote down funny... actually, first we read my card from the first year and had some laughs and smiles and remembered some things that we'd forgotten about. And then we did it together on the 2nd year and went back and forth, you writing one memory, me writing one memory, over and over and over again, until we'd largely filled the whole thing up. Yeah. And so the 3rd year, same thing again. We read the first 2 years. Now the 3rd year we did this, and by the 3rd year, we'd gotten really good at this.
Oh, yeah?
We no longer just filled the front inner flap or the front inner flap and the main section of the card. We covered every single bit of the card, except for the front, with memories and stories and jokes and, some things that are like really, really important. Like last year included, we're moving to Tokyo. This is terrifying, but also silly like in-jokes and like, one time we went and had ice cream. In like some particular funny way. And so then when we read it back on the next year, it's this like really nice moment of remembering the life of our relationship. So we did that yesterday, and I think for me, it's like one of the most special times of the year each year, because it is, of course we talk about ourselves and talk about our relationship with some regularity, but only on those days do we like really sit down and think about us. And so that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that sometimes I get a little anxious about it because it's a lot of pressure. Like, what if it doesn't go well? What if we don't remember nice things? What if we realize we haven't had a nice time this year? Oh, God.
I think this happened each of the years you've been involved in it.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the case that
a lot of pressure.
we want to be in a good mood. Like, we definitely want to be in a position where we're, like, up that day and feeling like, we're wanting to think especially positively. Like if I'm in the middle of a depressive episode, it's very hard for me to come up with any story at all. I'll be like, all right, Noms, this year you do it, and I will sit here and cry.
Yeah, and I also want to make sure we have enough time to devote to it, so we're not rushing off and
Absolutely. Yeah. And so I think every year, on the one hand, like it's about finding the right day to do it, But then even as we're sitting down to begin, you're like, oh, maybe we have no stories. Maybe nothing happened this year. And I always say, like, hey, let's give it a try. Let's see how it goes. And we sit down, and it just all comes flowing out.
Yeah.
And before we know it, we fill up the entire card, and there are still more stories we haven't mentioned. And yeah, I'm glad we're doing this. Though I think we have commented that if we keep this up for 30 or 40 years, we're going to have to spend hours and hours and hours reading the old cards out. But yeah, I think it's a way of like externalizing our memories.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to forget things year to year and to just forget what might have been important at certain points and to see the growth of the relationship, much like you see a growth of a person. So it's our yearly diary.
Yeah, it's like some people have those 3-year 365 diaries, right? So you're supposed to write something on that day every year responding to a prompt. And then you come back the next year and you see, oh, this is what I wrote last year on this day.
Yeah.
One of our friends did one of them. I don't know how long she kept it up for.
Yeah. I've never been a person who does like explicit diarying day in, day out. I understand the value of it.
Yeah, I've heard it's very good.
But it's very hard for me to just set aside the time to do it. This is only once a year, it's okay.
Yeah.
We should also keep track of the growth of our follower count. So it actually is the case that some streamers do end-of-year wrap-ups.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where they will talk about, I mean, the one I know best is our friend Cringer. He does the Cringy Awards, in which he reveals like a lot of behind-the-scenes statistics about how the stream is doing numerically, et cetera, et cetera. And the... Trinity always end with like, here are the top 10 games of the year we played on stream, and here's the funniest game, etc., etc. And like, I don't want to steal his shtick, but I think this next year I might consider going ahead and doing an end of the year recap. I think part of it is last year I didn't stream a whole year, and so it felt strange like doing an end of year recap, in which it was like, all right, around about July I started up again, and here's where things are. But I'm not making any New Year's resolutions. No big promises. Are you?
No. I don't.
No resolutions for me, but I'm
I think Klaus has made it.
We'll get there in one second. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna try very hard to continue streaming and making YouTube videos all year long, and if I can achieve that, that'll be a good thing.
I would like to share this one observation and this thought I had about follower counts.
Sure.
So, I would say maybe it's not directly related to my presence, because there have been plenty of times where I've unfollowed people. Not even while I'm watching them, right? In fact, I don't unfollow them while I'm watching them because I feel bad about that. But sometimes I'll just like be scrolling through my Twitch and I'm like, oh, I haven't watched that person in the longest time. Yeah, no, I don't need to regularly get notifications about that person anymore. Okay, so maybe I should unfollow.
Yeah.
Much as I do with podcasts, where I'm like, oh, yeah, they haven't, or like sometimes there hasn't been a new episode in a really long time. Oh, I might as well unfollow.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I would posit that your unfollows are not directly necessarily related to my being.
Of course, I would never say they were. No, people choose to follow or unfollow streams for thousands of reasons, and a very long time ago, I gave up on trying to make sense of it. It does not matter. Etc.
They show up and they're like, ugh, I hate Dwarf Fortress. I only watch spreadsheet games. Unfollow.
Oh, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. No, there are some people who only want to watch their one special game. There are other people who are like on board because like personalities, etc., etc. And so, yeah, I think it's just a funny thing to mention. Yeah. Anyway, 2 quick things. Number 1, hello Volo. It's good seeing you, Volo. Thank you for the tier 3 sub for 57 months. That's a lot of months.
Yeah, that's I'm doing my math correctly. What, 3 more months and it's 5 years?
It's a lot of years. It's a lot of years. Absolutely. Yeah. Volo, thank you. I'm glad you watched Frostpunk that one time, decided to hang out with us. Happy New Year for sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And then also, Klaus has a joke for us. You need to know that Klaus has decided for the rest of 2023, he will only watch Twitch streams in 1080p. Wow, big fancy. It's his New Year's resolution. Klaus, thank you.
Yeah, I'm afraid I already went ahead and read it.
Yeah, I did also. But occasionally I read things ahead and then pretend like I've not read them. Oh. This is the secret of streaming. You can pretend emotions. So like when someone says like, hey Resorty, you're my favorite streamer, I actually think yeah, but I feel like, oh, oh, that's great. No, of course, it's all genuine here.
So you don't like teaching online, but I feel like because you're accustomed to reading chat,
Yep.
you might be able to teach online. Because that's one of the things that people like have the hardest time with. They're like, I can't keep up with the chat while I'm trying to do my lecture.
Yeah, I have zero problem with my technical ability to teach online. I have zero concern with being able to like tell compelling lectures or lead discussions online. The issue, or the thing I don't care about while I'm streaming, largely, is if people are disengaged, going to the bathroom, getting a drink, vacuuming while listening to me, whatever, it's fine. In a class, no. I need to have a certain amount of buy-in and engagement, and this is much easier to do in a classroom than it is to do with people who have their webcams off, just like potentially engaging with me, but maybe not.
Yeah, I'm imagining you like telling a student that they can't go to the bathroom during your class.
Right. No, I'd never
no
do that.
disengagement.
No, I'd never do that, of course. I'd never do that. In a normal classroom, always very sweet on the first day of the semester, a first year says, like, teacher, may I go to the bathroom? And I say, like, it's your life, it's your bladder. Do what you want to do, of course. But, no, I know it's the case that, like, lots of Twitch viewers definitely do lots of stuff. You know, play game on a second screen. Awesome. Great, good. Just not for a class. Not for a class. And like, I don't want to demand that students engage fully if they don't want to, but I can't be actively thinking of this person is not doing the class thing while I'm trying very hard to make a class for them. Yeah. Which is like, if a student were playing video games in the classroom, I wouldn't be terribly happy with that.
I mean, somebody observed your class. And they said that somebody might have been watching, a football game?
Yeah, there's a guy in the last row who apparently was watching a football game while there was another professor sitting behind him. And, like, sure, this does happen. I just think it's less likely to happen in in-person situations. And I think I'm also better at, like, building the aura of education in situations when we're all in one place. Yeah. Like, I know full well, and if you're out there, sorry. Occasionally when I'm talking to my little brother on the phone, he'll be telling some story, and I'll be, like, clicking along in RimWorld. Like, I'm still listening to him. I'm still responding, but I'm also, doing the thing of playing my RimWorld. I can do both at once successfully.
I mean, American football moves slowly enough that one could listen to...
Possibly,
class.
but I think that I would never do that when sitting face to face, right? When sitting face to face, I would never continue playing a video game during a conversation.
That said, I think things have changed over the past few years, where people are more publicly doing multitasking. Like it's more acceptable to be publicly multitasking in other people's presence.
Yeah, just not in my classroom because I'm a control freak.
I will say one of the greatest things about Bluetooth headphones is that I can be in a Zoom meeting, and if it lasts a really long time, I can just go off camera and mute my audio and use the restroom, because sometimes I really, really, really have to go.
I mean, you could just leave in the middle of class. I actually had a professor do that in grad school. He said at the beginning of class he was not feeling terribly well, and then about midway through class, he says, the not feeling well has become problematic. And he stood up and he left. And he came back like 15 minutes later.
Oh, boy.
And he attempted to just restart the class, but it was not working.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, because everybody was trying to figure out if he was okay?
I think it was a combination of concern for him, and then also, like, he'd clearly gone and vomited. His face was ashen. Like, he was not in the moment of authority anymore, and couldn't regain it. And so I think he ended up canceling class fairly soon thereafter.
Well, yeah, I mean, kudos to him for trying to teach when he's not feeling well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mike, you do online training and stuff. Demand engagement for online training. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of students do not like having their webcams on. They do not like to have people looking at them, which I mean, I get. I understand how you might feel that way, but getting students over that hump is very challenging. I've had colleagues who say they have to fight that all semester long. Every class becomes, hey, please put your webcam on. Hey, please engage in the class. And like, I'm fine with saying that once or twice, in the same way that if students in the classroom are whispering, I'm like, hey, let's not do that. It's not part of what I'm doing here. But if I had to say that every single class, come on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, because we've all been trained to teach in the in-person environment,
sure.
like, there are lots of things that we've learned to do. Like, if people are whispering, I'll go stand next to them
Sure.
while I'm teaching the class,
Absolutely.
right? And that usually is it. But we haven't been trained to do that in the online environment,
Absolutely.
right? So, like, we're not accustomed to, like, private messaging them and saying, please turn on your web camera. So then you just have to spend time in your class.
Absolutely. Yeah, I could easily imagine, like, if I started teaching online, I might be more comfortable there than in person.
Yeah.
And I'm just not. And I'm happy to say here, like, insofar as I'm able to teach in person, physically able to do so, and then also there's need for it, I'd like to continue doing that. But yeah.
I mean, you have friends who teach, like, online.
Yeah, and I have taught online before, asynchronous online, which is like we don't have a meeting, but instead we engage with things that are online, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I went to a low-tier regional college, and about the only person engaged with the professor. Is that not normal? I mean, it depends on the school. I think you're absolutely right to point out the school. It also depends on what the professor expects and pushes for and tries to make. It's very important to me that I have a class in which ideas are freely discussed, debated, shared, both between me and the students and between the students together. You have to do work to get there, though. There are other instructors who are totally comfortable just coming in and straight lecturing, and if you ask questions, you are being a bother. You handle that on your own time. Here is my presentation time. And there are people everywhere in between.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the discipline.
Sure.
There are some where there's a lot more back and forth, and there's some that it's like, take down the lecture, do your homework sets, turn that into your GA.
Yeah.
It also depends on the size of the school.
Absolutely.
Like, some schools, you're in, like, these very, like, massive, large classes, and then you have a GA that you're supposed to.
Yeah. The last school I taught at, or 2 schools ago now, my smallest class was like 8 students. And so in that, if you're not taking part in it, it just feels weird. In the same way, like if you went to a dinner with 8 people and one person refused to talk because he was very angry at the person who had lied to his wife. So, but yeah, it depends on the class size and lots of other things. And like you said, subject matter definitely is part of it. The kinds of thing I teach in general are about, like, big ideas and how we respond to big ideas and think through them. And part of it is, like, just memorize this, know for well, what Plato argues about XYZ. But also part of it is, what does that mean? Why does that matter? How does that apply to us today? And the hope is always the students can do that part together. And it tends to work, but it does take some time to get there.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is always getting students over the fear that everyone is judging them all the time.
Yeah.
Which is also something that streamers have to get over. I think a lot of streamers who say, no webcam for me, or I'm anxious to even push the start streaming button, are just afraid of what awful things people in chat will say, what awful trolling they'll get. Yeah. But most people are really nice. Yeah, most people want the professor and want the streamer to succeed. So, yeah. As a teacher, I expect the students to have a passing interest in the course material, and they don't. Yeah. I mean, I teach a required class now, so everyone has to take this class, even if they don't care about it. So part of the work I do in the first few weeks is to try to show them why they should care. And I'm more successful with some students than others, but yeah, I think the stuff I teach is really important and interesting, or else I would not have devoted a decade of my life to studying it in school. And so I think I'm a normal human, kind of. And so if I can find it really valuable and interesting, I hope they can at least, like, siphon off a bit of my passion and say, okay, well, it's not what I want to do in my life, but I'll think about it on the weekends. That's already good enough for me. Yeah.
Yeah, you just reminded me that I saw a student evaluation form.
Yeah.
When several institutions ago, and this particular, like, department used, like, that form. It included the question, like, professor demonstrates passion for the material, and I thought, why is that something that a student is supposed to like give feedback on, and why is it a criterion for good teaching?
Oh yeah, no, I don't think it necessarily is. I think caring about the class is. Like, if you just go in and say random things and make random gestures and there's no organization, that's really rough. But I think when it comes to Like passion, maybe not. That said, I hope it's the case that anyone who has gotten a PhD in a field will, maybe not passion in the sense of like wild emotion, but passion in the sense of like you've made it part of your life. So.
Yeah, I think unfortunately what I was worried about was that like if that there was only one way to demonstrate that
Sure.
you were really interested, and it was to be like super peppy.
Yeah. Hey, smoking. This is my wife. Yep, Noms, Nomz. No, yeah, she's the wife.
Hello.
Absolutely. Once upon completing a physics problem on the board, a student remarked, "You're way too excited about stuff." Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, yeah, I suspect it's the case that a lot of people who go into teaching are excited to share it and excited to share their knowledge and to help other people learn a bit about the thing they care about. And yeah, I understand why it can come off as kind of overwhelming to the person who isn't engaged or to the person who doesn't see the value. But yeah, I think caring at least is necessary for good teaching. I'm willing to go and bat on that one. Yeah.
I think there's lots of different ways that you can show that you care.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that some students do expect to have like a stand-up show. And some professors do go into this where they've pre-scripted everything, and there's like pause for laughter here, and I think that's fine if you're someone who is not terribly confident in your presentation. If you're someone who needs to know what you're going to do to feel comfortable teaching. But I think if that's all you end up doing and just giving the same stand-up routine over and over again, the students may love it, but I also worry it's not the best for what you could do. Yeah, unfortunately. What else you got today? Anything else? Personal pedagogy is you can communicate three things to his instructor: facts, discipline knowledge, and affect. I think you're absolutely right. And all three of them do matter, for sure. Yeah. I think if you just go in and read Wikipedia aloud, you're giving them facts, but you're not doing it in a compelling way. Yeah, no, that's a great way of thinking about it. Also, I love that so many of you have pedagogical beliefs. All the people here secretly professors and teachers. I suspect we have a larger proportion of professors and teachers here than many streams, which I find delightful. But no, there are lots of different kinds of people here. There are engineers. There are people who are stay-at-home parents. There are people who are
14-year-olds.
Yeah, 14-year-olds
or
and
8-year-olds.
Food service workers, and just about any job you can come up with, unemployed, retired. Like, there are a lot of folks here. But yes, when I talk about teaching stuff, I often see people say like, "Oh, the way I think about teaching is this and that," and I find that absolutely invaluable because it makes me feel a little bit less alone in the world. One of the standard lines is that most stream communities end up mirroring at least some aspect of the streamer. So,
That makes sense.
yeah, this is why like really vulgar and trolly streamers often have really vulgar and trolly chats.
Boy.
I'm glad not to have one of those. Usually, yeah. Anything else you want to share today?
No. My toes are cold.
Your toes are cold. The heater's on. I can turn it up if you'd like.
It's very far away from my.
That's right,
my
Pepper.
toes.
Brilliant programmers all. Yeah, pretty soon here we're going to play Auction Not Included, and then all of the programmers and engineers will come out and say, "That's not going to work," and they'll be right.
Why would they take their glasses off to...
I think it's because they looked in closely, they've evaluated it, and now they're reporting in. Not going to work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that astigmatism or myopia? Which one is it where you need the glasses to see things closely, but then at distance? I think it's astigmatism, right?
No.
No?
No. Yeah, what's farsightedness, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm getting a touch of that now.
Are you getting old?
But I also have astigmatism. I was told that I could never have contacts because...
Okay, so no contacts for noms. Yeah. Astigmatism squishes things. Oh, I see. Hello, Sim. Happy New Year to you also. Are there any traditions we observe here for New Year's? Not really traditions. We tried a few things that were Japanesey. And we discussed those about an hour ago. So the quick rundown is
we can do it again and lose more followers.
Welcome everyone to the 10 o'clock showing of the Resorty Show, right from the top. No, we didn't go to temple. They were talking about doing so. We got a traditional Japanese meal of a lot of seafood. The cats ate the seafood, etc., etc.
Yeah.
We went to bed before midnight. We're old people. The end.
Hyperoria.
Hyperoria is farsightedness. Gremlin, thank you. I'm sure the Hyperoria will show up in the crossword eventually. Oh, speaking of which, we have now made it to 750.
That's not correct at all.
It's not?
It's 950.
No.
Yeah, because I thought we said, we only need to do 50 more to get to 1,000.
Consecutive, I was going to say. So, though we've done almost 1,000 total crosswords, we've done 750. It's okay. We've done 750 in a row.
Well, no.
It's okay.
It just takes the wind out of my sail.
I'm sorry. Hey, we've almost done 1,000. No, we have not. We've done 750 consecutive crossword puzzles now, getting it right every day, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, this is the one thing in life I brag about. Occasionally I have to sit through me bragging about it. Next one will be at 1,000 for sure, but I hope we can keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Gas issues, love to see Japan. I mean, all of our neighbors are gone today. Like, all of our neighbors are gone to, like, the countryside to go see their families.
Yeah.
We could go ahead and open the window and show the people Japan.
It looks like Google Earth Japan, or Google when you drop your little man there.
That is true. It's just like some houses and such. Which crossword do you do? New York Times. Yeah, we're a New York Times family. Largely because I really like their app. But, yep. Have we gotten Mondays down to 2 minutes? I think we had a Monday we got for 2:40 or so.
Okay.
It was definitely under 3 minutes. But yesterday we had our fastest Sunday ever.
That's true.
At 17 minutes and something, I believe. 17:20.
That's true.
Should we tell them our celebration, or no? Is it dumb?
No, it's dumb.
It's dumb, okay.
It's dumb.
We have a little celebration we do whenever we get the fastest ever, which is happening less and less frequently now because we've gotten fairly fast on some of them. But, okay, very good, very good. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, okay. See you, Muppet.
Goodbye.
Thanks for hanging out, Noms. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Hello, friends. Your boy Resorty here. Thank you very much for enjoying the beginning chit-chat time. And it's always lovely. Always lovely. Have you lost any more followers? No. The bleeding has stopped, thank goodness. No, it's fine. What matters is the trend line over the course of history. The numbers go up, and that's fine. We did a whole crossword in 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes and some amount of seconds. I don't recall exactly what it was. I can pull it up later and put it on Discord maybe. But yeah, the Monday crossword is the easiest of them throughout the week generally. It's also the smallest of them. And so we're able to... Mondays are kind of ridiculous. On many other crossword days, we'll sit and talk our way through what's going on. We'll discuss jokes about linguistics, all the rest. When it comes to Monday, we're madmen, mad people, mad whatever, and we just type as fast as we possibly can, not really reading them out, and it's really, really fun, and it's a little wild, and I'll usually typo something, and that ruins our ability to go fast on Mondays, but it's fun. Crossword's fun, and we love that tradition. Hopefully it'll continue for a long time. I do, this is going to be the sad part, neither of us can successfully complete the hardest day of the week, Saturday, on our own, or very rarely can we. So I kind of worry that we're gonna continue this trend of doing it every day until one of us dies, and then the next day the person will have to break the streak themselves. Oh, that's well in the future. Don't you worry. Sci-Fi Santy, it's so good seeing you. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! The game on the docket today, the game we're playing is we're returning to Dwarf Fortress. You'll recall I played Dwarf Fortress a couple weeks ago. I enjoyed it, but I kind of bounced off it hard. I think we gave it 4 or 5 days of playing, and I felt at the end of the week like I just was not putting out terribly compelling streams. They were streams in which I was getting things done, but I felt like I was just saying the same thing over and over again. Like, I'm going to place a chair. I'm going to build a bedroom. And nothing was happening beyond that. And so, though I was enjoying the game in terms of I would play it off stream and have no problem playing that way, it didn't feel like the best possible stream I could do. So, yesterday I talked with some people for or in the Discord, and one of the great suggestions that came from Cortraption was if I set more explicit goals, then maybe I'll have a little bit clearer story time that I can use to structure what I'm presenting here. Because what I like in RimWorld is not just like completing this task, complete that task, but instead building a story. So we'll see how this goes. We're gonna give it a couple more days and see what's what, but it will be the same fortress as last time. Let's go ahead and bring that up now. And, oh, I thought it might happen. People are going to complain about this shirt moiring a little bit. Whatever. Hello, Oriana. It's good to see you for sure. I don't know where this should go on screen, but I have made goals. Today's specific goals. Number 1, I want to find coal. Number 2, I want to continue building furniture in a more efficient way than we have so far. So one thing that I have struggled with in the work queue is making sure things I really care about getting done consistently. Instead, just like everything gets done eventually. So what I'd like to do is set aside one stone making table to exclusively produce tables and chairs and doors, the things that I'm wanting to have lots of always. So we'll see how that goes. Number 3, we currently have a melee militia. I would like to make a ranged militia also. So we're able to have like the meleeers hold the line and the archers stand behind and crossbow on in. That'd be fun. Number 4, I'm always on board with you all suggesting nice things for me to do. As long as they aren't some sort of like resorty, go dig down as far as possible and find monsters, I'm happy to consider things. And lastly, as always, we'll have some fun. So I'm hoping it's the case that these goals are fun and accomplishable, and we can see how they go. And instead of just like randomly patching whatever problems I find as we play along. Should our goal be catching a dragon? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what a dragon is even, and I'm guessing it would probably eat us all. But sure, if we find a dragon, I will attempt to use our iron traps in order to capture it. Can we get rid of the exclamation point situation? Where you don't like that have exclamation point fun exclamation is presented that way. So as I understand it, this is like a Dwarf Fortress in-joke or meme or something. And I'm all about doing things for clickbait. So I think that's why the exclamation points are being used there. Maybe we'll get rid of them though, we'll see. I think it is. I think that's why I put it that way. Am I right about that? That exclamation point, fun exclamation point is like a joke in the Dwarf Fortress universe? Maybe. Cortraption encourages us to use the Archer preset equipment for the range squad because there's a bug with picking up ammo? Why? That seems like a fairly major bug. If your archers don't get any ammo. All right. Yeah. The bang bang thing is the old way to signify something's on fire. Oh, is it? So the fun is burning. Got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, I don't know where the goals should go, so I'm going to go ahead and load up the fort, and we'll see if it works there or if it's blocking something important. So here we are continuing once more, and we'll see how it goes. Biff, in the current Dwarf Fortress stream, it's only slightly more entertaining than watching the ASCII version. Paint dries faster. Yeah, often in RimWorld, I feel like things get accomplished in a reasonable period of time if I focus on it. But in this game, of course, you can't order anyone in particular to do anything, and so you're kind of stuck with things happening somewhat slowly. Let's go ahead and put this over here. Does that work? Is that taking up valuable screen real estate? We'll see. If it ends up blocking important things, let me know. We'll figure that out for sure. Okay, so this is our fortress, or at least a portion of the fortress. This is upstairs. That's delightfully fun. We zoom out and we see we have a wall. Ooh, ah. We also have some little farms here. Wait, do the farms have things planted in them? What's this? What's this? Longland grass. Wait, why is it that some of my fields now have things planted, where previously I'm relatively sure that my other fields have never shown anything grown in them? Like, even the, oh gosh, which button? How do we scroll down again? There we go. Even the farms, which are, oh gosh, where are the farms? I've forgotten how my base works. Yes, even the farms don't really show any mushrooms. Oh, those are finished crops. Okay, so when the crops are growing, they don't show up at all. When they're finished, they show up somewhat. Okay, I feel much better then, because I'd worried that I'd potentially only planted 2 little plants. Cool, very good. Okay. Now, what else was I thinking about up here? We have drawbridges. That's great. We actually fought our first, goblin invasion, I think it was, last stream. There were some goblin archers. There were some goblin, snatchy thief guys. And we managed to fight them all off without any casualties on our side. Not even minor wounds, I believe. So that's swell. Hopefully that continues. That said, the goblins are often sneaky snakes who are able to get inside nice and close and attack us before we know they're there, because they are in fact invisible. Can I click a farm and select something to plant there? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Well, apparently we have no more seeds of these things. We definitely had seeds at some points. So I wonder if this means, we didn't get new seeds because it hasn't grown yet, or I don't know. Is it possible that we've eaten the prickleberries instead of replanting them? Yeah, I'm not sure. We should build a moat. I love that idea very much. I'm afraid of water, though. Huh. Well, we'll try fisherberries now instead, since we have some more of those. And then this one is just being left fallow. Good job resorting. I know when it comes to the little cap things, the little mushroom things, that if you try to eat them instead of trying to turn them into drinks, you can never replant them. Is that true with other stuff as well, or is that only true with the mushroom things? If you eat them, you don't get seeds. Okay, so how do we think about this? Should we just not use any grown things for cooking? Should all the grown things instead go to should all the grown things just go to making drinks instead? If you cook them, you're not eating them. If you eat the fruit, you get a seed. This game is so fiddly, isn't it? It's so very, very fiddly. Alright, cool. So, eating raw, good. Cooking, bad. Is there any way I can ask my cooks to, brush off the seeds before they cook with them? I can imagine a strawberry, for instance. You knock off a little seeds. Or an avocado, you take the pit out and set it to the side, as opposed to, I don't know, cooking the pit into the food. There's no way to do that. Huh. Okay. Fine. So, we'll go to our little kitchen thing over here. We'll go to our little kitchen thing. There it is. And I guess we'll invite us not to use any of these fruits, vegetables, and leaves. So we get seeds back. And then we'll use them for brewing instead. And that way we will get the seeds back. Fine. And so I guess we'll eat raw oranges and apples. Seeds. So we don't want to use the seeds for cooking either. Now I do wonder, are we Are we then growing plants just to plant plants again? No idea. No idea, no idea. We don't want to cook with our alcohol, I believe. I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, one thing I just noticed, though, is I'm not storing seeds upstairs. The seeds are being stored downstairs somewhere. So can we make a little, like, chest to put seeds in the farmer's area? That'd be really cool if so. It'd be really cool. I want to use some plants to cook with. No, I don't want to. I want to make sure I can keep growing things. That'd be very, very good. All right, so hopefully seeds will go into this box. If not, we'll figure out later. Now, what's happening with the wall here? The wall here, we zoom out this way and this way. Okay, so we've almost finished our mighty, mighty wall. Kind of. Kind of. So we made the corner piece here. We don't want to remove this little flooring. Yes. And when that's removed, we'll put in a new fortification across there. We also need to continue building our second wall along the way here so we can make our fortification all the way along. To do that, I want to go down just one level and then make a wall along here. Is that right? Yeah, a wall along here so they can stand on that wall and build a wall in front of them. And then we'll climb up to that new wall and make fortifications also. Good. Oh, gosh. So I'm going to go to this level and wall. Good. And I don't really care what I make it out of. We'll tear this down later. So let's use some, various logs, I guess. Cool. Now do the same thing along the side here in a little while. Glorious. All right, downstairs we have two of these union halls, two guild halls. One for our fish workers and one for our farmers, I believe. As of right now, not well organized even a little bit, but I'm hoping I can make them look nicer later once all that gypsum is out of there. I also do plan to have additional guild halls next door. This will be the area of the guild working, probably. Little farm also. This floor does not have much going on, but that's okay. Down we go again. This is the area where I dug for gemstones. There were some gemstones here. Nothing else is going on, but maybe someday. Then down again. This is the area where my militia lives. I've had some trouble figuring out how to get them to leave their armor behind when they're not actively on duty. So I'm guessing they're wearing out their armor probably. I also do want them to train some more, so we gotta figure that out. And all these things on the floor here, I should probably unforbid. Is there a quick way of doing this other than what I'm doing right now? Clicking through each one and unlocking it? Because I believe it's the case these things are locked when combat happens, so your little hauler friends don't immediately rush in and pick them all up. But good. Good. Over here's my temple. This is the one thing of the base I'm most proud of, to be honest. This is the place where we made a waterfall that goes on in and makes some lovely mist for our lovely temple visitors. And yeah, they're happy there. They're happy in the temple. Now, I want to continue filling this section back in. I think it'll look a little nice if we do that. So it's clay, stone, brick walls we want to build. Construction, walls, boop, boop. Claystone, bricks, swell. And then same thing here. It's a pretty temple. Thank you, Ruskshire. I want to work on making it even nicer and a little more attractive, but I'm very happy with how it started. It's consecrated to absolutely everybody. Eventually, we apparently need to have a bunch of churches for all the different faiths, but for now, we believe in ecumenism, and everyone gets to believe whatever they want to believe. Again, we mine down here in order to get ourselves some gemstones. We're now filling this in bit by bit by bit. Hello, Odd Blue. Is it rude to come up with suggestions for improving the stream? Nope. Always happy to hear suggestions, as long as they're phrased in a friendly way. I was thinking about actually doing an end of year anonymous submitted suggestion box. In the same way that at the end of the semester, I will always have my students fill out evaluations of what's going well, what didn't go so well. I am thinking about doing that here on stream also, so people can say anonymously, Resorty, you're the greatest streamer of all time. Or more likely, hey, do something about your hair. So sure, Blue, what do you have as a suggestion for improving the stream? I'll work on it no matter what it is. Okay. How do I protect them from falling into the waterfall? So far they haven't done so. I didn't know that they would do so. Yeah, maybe it's the case that eventually they will take the dive, but so far they haven't. Have I just gotten lucky on that, or is there a real possibility that the dwarves will throw themselves out and see what happens? Maybe I should make use of the just chatting category when the stream starts. Turnip, you're not wrong about that. Yeah, I'm someone who's very, very bad about changing directories. I think because normally when I start streaming, I only just do a few minutes of chit chat. But sure, I'd be absolutely fine with trying to start and just chatting and then switching over. I think part of it is I want to ensure that when like the notification message goes out, it says Resorty is streaming game, as opposed to Resorty streaming just chatting. What I could probably do is start the stream in the directory I intend to play in, then switch to just chatting, and then switch back. Because yeah, then the VOD, you don't have to like click through randomly, trying to find when we switch over, but it would instead segment it. So awesome idea. I will attempt to incorporate that starting tomorrow. Hey, Shadow Mike, find coal with charcoal count. No. So we've already been given a warning by the elves up north, or up top rather, saying that we are cutting down too many trees, and if we continue it, they will attack us. So, I'm trying very hard to find actual factual coal instead, which would hopefully allow us to not upset the elves and to continue doing the blacksmith fun. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Monk, thanks for the follow. That did not pop up for me in the way it should have. One sec. Listening to the elves, I just want friends. At this point, I don't feel terribly strong about my ability to fight off anything. And so, yeah. Hopefully the elves will be nice to us for a while. Maybe I'm not playing as a true dwarf. I should be more antagonistic towards elves. But again, Monk, thank you for the new follow. Very kind. All right. Claystone here. Claystone here. Good to good. You forgot about the giant kitty? Oh yeah, we have a giant war cat in here somewhere. Look at him go. Chasing around, following the militia commander. I have to attack the elves first? I don't know. So I think one challenge I have with combat in this game so far is I don't know if you fight one faction, if they will then send more and more folks from their faction to destroy you. Like, if we kill a single elf, will the elves then declare war on dwarven kind and bring their, like, big elven cannons to knock down my walls? Right now I'm trying to be largely inoffensive. Okay, let's go and head down and see what else is going on in this place. Also, I have so many pop-ups. I should probably look through those. So this is our main floor. Our main floor, we have many, many, many bedrooms. I would like to continue making more and more bedrooms to make this place really and truly beautiful. I believe it's the case that many of our little dwarf friends do not have a private bedroom yet. And so one of the goals for today, as you can see there, is to continue making furniture so we can continue making more and more and more bedrooms. That'd be totally sweet. All right. Over here we have some more beds as well. I should go ahead and mark the don't put this thing away. Thank you. One there. And one there. And this room should be mined out also. Gotta make sure that all the rooms are exclusively made out of dolomite. Cool. We'll deal with that later. All this also. I will work on a little bit of this right now. And like I said earlier, I think this is what ends up happening when I play this game, is even though I have very large goals, I start like iteratively improving whatever I happen to notice is not quite right. And so it's a lot of very, very fiddly gameplay. The grand stockpile room. Look how grand it is. And then I said I would like to have one of our 3 2. I was gonna say one of our stone workers only work on making furniture as opposed to working on the main work queue. Is that possible in this game? Am I able to say ignore the main work queue and only construct whatever I assign you at your table? This is gonna be another crafting room up here, so let's go ahead and insert one more stone worker right there. Make out of whatever. You can set a master for each shop. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Brazilian, possibly BR, Ein Martyr, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. This should be resumed. What are the other concerns today? The mayor has mandated some construction. What does the mayor want? That is over here. Make me 3 shields. Okay, cool. So actually, factually, I have not made any shields yet. Oh, and someone's yelling for junk. I think this is actually when I stopped stream last time because I was so annoyed by not being able to figure out what this guy wanted. So we'll get to him in a second. First, though, we must have 3 shields. And I'd like to have iron shields for my militia anyway. So let's go ahead and try that. So it's going to be shield, I think. And shield of iron. That's at the very bottom then. I should just make 3 of them. Change the number there to 3. And I'll move it to the top. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, if only we had drag and drop on this, huh? Or like a move to very top button would be amazing. Amazing. Maybe we should set up a consistent job to make more and more shields as they wear them out. As of right now, though, I don't have much productivity of coal or charcoal, so I don't have much for keeping the fires stoked. Oh gosh. All right, made it to the top. Awesome. I'm going to make 5 of them, just so we have a few extra. Or maybe I can do 10. And the reason I want to do 10 is because I have 10 melee militia people. Could be good. All right, with that done, let's now try to figure out... The mayor has mandated construction of certain goods times 2. I wonder what the second one is. Or have we maybe failed on one of them? Or maybe I just didn't click this off after the first one. Let's go see if we can find the mayor and see if he'll tell us what he does not like that we've done. There's the mayor. I feel so good. That's great. So appears to have some complaints, namely hasn't been able to pray to someone. I guess that means he hasn't gone to the temple, because he can pray for anyone at the temple. Self-pity after not being able to practice martial arts. Dejected after being able to acquire things. Poor buddy, poor buddy, poor buddy. Okay. I'm sure they'll make the shields very soon. Next up, that 1 second. These are all the farmer jobs are not going so well. My metalsmith can't store something because a job item is misplaced. I'm guessing that means someone came and took the thing that they were looking for. Fine. Various buildings not constructed because things are in the way. Fine. Do you have coke materials on the embark? Do I have coke materials on the embark? I assume that the embark means when you come to the place you are, like in the wagon. I don't know, unfortunately. I'm hoping I could find coal underneath the ground and use that to fuel my furnaces, but I'm not sure. No migrants. Awesome. A cheesemaker. Blessed they are. Hello, Sally. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. And then a girl hath been born. Awesome. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what's going wrong with Oh Peasant, Our Peasant here. So he's screaming about lots of stuff, some of which he already has. So this is a place where I really wish he would stop screaming about things he already has. So it's just clear to me what he wants. So rough gems, he has rough gems. Plant cloth, he has pigtail cloth. Tanned hides, he has harp leather seal, harp seal leather. Metal bars, iron bars, rough gems. So yarn cloth may be the one he does not have. So let's use our stockpile thing to figure out, do we have yarn at all? We have yarn. So we need to turn yarn. Oh, he's got it. He does have that then. So does that mean he needs like a second thing he's looking for? Oh, alpaca wool cloth. Got it. Logs. Have logs. Plant cloth. Rock. Tanned hides. Rough gems. Okay, he wants 2 rough gems, I believe. Do you have any coke or coal? I doubt it, actually. I have a lot of charcoal. I think that will work, right? So I'm guessing we need more gems. Yeah, possibly the biggest mistake I've made in this playthrough is in my prior playthrough, I was so annoyed we were getting way too many gems that I turned the number of gems way down, and now we're not finding any of them anywhere. So it's a great bit of joy when we do. Now, I believe there are gems somewhere on the surface still. Yes, right here. So if I go ahead and dig this thing out as priority number 1, get right to it or else, hopefully that will then go to that crafter and he'll be big happy and get his job done, and that will be absolutely swell. Oh, also this. This is meant to be another path into the fortress. I want to have my tavern here and some other cool stuff. As of right now, though, it's just a door in the wall. So we'll see what happens. Only 1 gemstone. Hopefully he comes and gets it. And do we see other ones? Hey, we do. Now, I feel a little weird about letting my dwarves go so far away from where we're starting. Embark means the map. I need lignite or bituminous coal to make coke bars. Oh, yeah, when we selected a map, it did say there are certain resources here and not other resources, right? How do I find that now? If I go to the world map, can I see what kind of things we have here? Is that me? No. Is that me? No. Is this me? No. Centron Fort. Glorious. Aha, I am Mr. Yellow. So mouse over Mr. Yellow, it does not tell me what kind of things are in my fortress. I dug up bituminous coal in an earlier stream, so that was on the tutorial playthrough. We did one stream of tutorial, and then I restarted. And in restarting, I don't know what I got. You think it's only viewable for the Embark stream? So we may be digging for something that does not exist. Good. Very, very good. Okay. So, every single autumn, a little dwarf friend has been visiting us and saying, what kind of things would you like to import? And every single year I've had said, I have no idea. How about some cheese? I now know I need to import coal. Or what was the other one? The other one was lignite. Fascinating. Strange folk, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Happy New Year. What's this? A kobold fort of fancy horror with fewer than 10 population. So in World of Warcraft, kobolds are like tiny little mining creatures that have candles on their head. And their slogan is, you know, take candle. Can I recruit them to help us dig? Like, can kobold workers cooperate with dwarven miners? and we'll like mine together. Over here, the cons of rooting. What's this? The Fort of Start Fresh. No civilization is there. However, there's a rumored artifact. Now, I'm guessing that no civilized population means there might be monsters there. Here's a monastery. No civilized population, so a monster monastery. Monsterary. If a kobold visits the tavern, they might like enough to join. Really? Really? That's awesome. Yeah, let's try to make a really nice tavern and invite the kobolds to visit us. Cool. Goblins up here. So I was told that I may have made a slight oopsie-doopsie by building near a goblin fortress. That said, so far, we've been able to deal with them as happened. Hume Monastery there. Cool. So I've been told off stream that it is possible to send your dwarfs on missions to go visit things. Visit other populations and attack them. Can you also trade? Like, is it possible to do like kind things on the world map, or is it exclusively you must go fight everyone who's not like you? Over here we have goblin pits. Oh gosh! So the small goblin fort here is only 40 people, but these pits have hundreds there. Oh boy! Oh boy! What are these things? Copper helm. Size for goblins. So I think the things that are size for goblins, I'm able to invite our characters to melt down. There must be a way to unforbid all these at once. Claim forbidden items to be used by citizens. Hey, this is so much faster. Someone encouraged us earlier to look in the toolbar. Thank you for that. That's so much faster. You're not allowed to do remote trading yet. Well, why not? So people can visit us and trade, but we can't visit them and trade. That's too bad. I don't know if dwarves are generally thought of as trading folks, but maybe it'd be really cool to have us also being able to interact in ways other than traditional dwarves might. I know the game's a labor of love, though, so we're never going to say, like, the game should have this. It's just a matter of, it'd feel cool, I think, to be able to export things by leaving the map. You can't make friendly contact. You can make soft contact, but demanding a tribute from the site. Well, that's too bad. That really is too bad that you can only engage in, unpleasant, unfriendly modes of interaction. Like, Gimli didn't immediately go and demand that Legolas give him all his money, right? You can have elves who are friends. I'd love to have that. Cool. Hopefully enough gems now to make little buddy downstairs happy. So let's go to little buddy downstairs, and he's not there. So I think he's going to get that gem he needs. And that is first rate, good, great, big happy time. Alright, so next time traders come, it's mid-autumn right now. Are they actually here? There's no one here. Except my broker's just standing there. I'm so sorry, broker. Oh, he's not standing there. He is not doing any work. What a lazy jerk. It sure does look like there are traders here with all their fine goods. So these items are definitely not mine. I have never written a treatise on isosceles triangles. So why are there no merchants, but there are things? The item's a permanent part of the building. Oh! So the things that are... Oh, no, that just those are. This item's being traded. They're trade items, but no traders. If I were to take apart this building, are those items mine? Is a moment of finders, keepers, loser, weepers? Okay, here we go. A masterpiece pigtail sock. Some were the finest of Vermont darn tough. Okay, we just made this thing. I would like to give this building a manager of its own. so I can have it only do the making of tables and chairs as opposed to everything else. So how do I give you your very own manager? All right, troops, not seeing a button for it. Maybe it's here? Like, this is just like assign a worker to only work there. So no one else can use it but that worker. I'm going to add the jobs I want done here. They're going to be 3. Thrones, tables, and doors. That's the one? Okay, it is the worker button here. So okay, let me talk about that in a second, and we'll see if. Oh no! It's not that I want to do. How to explain this? So, yeah, I know that this right here is only this workshop will do this job. What I want is for them to do these jobs instead of the jobs from the big work queue. And I don't know if that's what's happening already, where they ignore the big work queue and just make these at the bottom. At the bottom. All right, let me set this up first, and then we'll figure out how that works. So I want to make, sure, 10 tables are fine. I want to make them out of dolomite explicitly. Cool. I want to put a dolomite stockpile here fairly soon. We'll do that in a second. I want this to be made when there are fewer than, we'll say, 5 dolomite tables. So dolomite tables, make dolomite tables, glorious. General work orders allowed setting I want. Thank you for finding that. Ah. So by putting it on 0, now they will only do the things at their desk, correct? Correct. Awesome. Awesome. Now, I may want to end up assigning a person to work here, but cool. So I think when I read this previously, I assumed it meant, first of all, I didn't realize it was actually a thing I could change. I missed this part. I assumed it meant like how many work orders I could set for the shop. I could only set 5 of them because of the level of my manager or something. But awesome. Amazing. Thank you. So thrones the next thing. Again, I would like to make them out of our good friend Dolomite. And in the exact same conditions before, when there are fewer than 5 of them, get to work. No, not on the big queue. So we'll get rid of these, which are from the big queue. And then the exact same thing with doors. Now the doors I've made out of a bunch of different stuff. I'm going to do dolomite though, because that's what I want my bedrooms to have in particular. And hopefully we never ever run out of dolomite. Alright. That right there is for me a huge accomplishment. And so one of the goals today is keep making furniture. That is what I wanted to do. I'm so unbelievably pleased we pulled that off. Now, I want to make a new stockpile then. Right across. Hello. Athel Lumenshadoop, a peasant, has created the Kurgar Cast Amkninden, an iron battle axe. He claims it as a personal treasure. Huh. So this is the first time I've seen someone taken by a mood who doesn't share the results of that mood for the glory of the community. I was ready to take this battle axe and give it to one of my militia people to support us all. But Apple here now has a personal axe. Maybe he'll bring it around with him and be able to fight a little bit better, even if he's not part of the militia. Or maybe we should assign him to the militia now so we can use this weapon in defense of us all. But a named battle axe. Fancy. We'll get to that at some point real soon. First, though, I would like to have stockpile here. Whoops. Stockpile here that is just for pieces of dolomite. So that is stone thing. An economic thing? Yes. A dolomite thing. Swell. I think that's that. And then we're going to call that... let's call it Dolly World. It's like Dolly Wood. Like Dollywood, but misspelled. Perfect! I think we want to have a wheelbarrow there also, correct? A wheelbarrow, hopefully get there. Do we have any spare wheelbarrows right now? We do. Now, I don't know if these are already assigned to something, or if they're going to, if this means they're free. I think we have enough, though, that one will go there. We'll keep an eye on this and see if one gets to work. Looks like yes. Good job, little buddy. Alright, so Athel will do in a second. He's now a weaponsmith. Great. Hey, Mr. Orange, I'm doing really well today. Thank you for asking. The run's going okay. Nothing has fallen apart quite yet, but okay. Let's go and look at our lovely militia members here. And Athel, hey, is this the same guy? Are there two? So, I keep saying the name Athel. It sounds very close to you know what, and so, yeah, my apologies. All right, isn't there a line like that from Spaceballs? I think that's correct. Look at all these children. Holy cow! Too many kids. Too many kids. So one of the peasants, I believe, became a weaponsmith. And where is he? Where is he? There we go. So he's part of the militia. He's part of the militia, friends. He's already... Oh, he's seriously injured. That seems like a problem. Nonetheless, he's improved weaponsmithing and made an artifact. So are you carrying this weapon then? You're not. You're not. You're carrying a short sword. Okay, I believe it's the case that I've set my characters to like choose your own adventure on weapons, but I want him to use a battle axe instead then. He's currently proficient in swords. I'm sure he'll get very good at axes very soon. They store it in the barracks. Okay. They're in ready. I thought that when characters are in ready, it means that they equip their clothes. Where is it? Equip their clothes here. So I think he's just not carrying the correct weapon. Let me see if I can fix that. So it's equipment just on this guy here. So when I have a separate uniform for him, I think this button does that. Call it Athel's axes. And then no more individual choice for weapon. Instead, you have to use a specific weapon, namely that axe you just made. So it was an iron battle or an iron axe of some sort, but it was a named iron axe, and it wasn't this one here. So maybe it doesn't exist quite yet. Or is it because it's a personal weapon, I can't mention it at all? It is unknown to me as a player. We'll see soon enough. Alright, so more tables. We got 3 more tables. Awesome. Hello, Noms. How are you?
Now would like to show you her breakfast.
Okay, allow me 1 second to finish what I'm doing or I'll forget.
Oh, I was thinking maybe Stream would like to see.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
I'll show it stream. I'll bring up the big camera in just 1 second.
Oh, big camera.
Big camera. So I was quickly doing
Dining table.
more dining
chairs.
tables forever.
Everybody needs a plate.
That's right.
And have their little Japanese.
Nana's made Japanese breakfast she'd like to show you all. So let me go ahead and pull up the big screen. We'll come right back to video games, I promise. But
Oh no, I'm losing more followers.
Goodbye, followers.
I don't know if you
I'll
can
hold it
show
up.
that. Yeah.
So there it is.
How's this Japanese breakfast?
Would you like to describe what you've made?
So it's like rice porridge, which is like Japanese oatmeal, I think. And then we saw, when we went to our little hotel, we saw people loading it up with all sorts of savory things. So I've loaded it up with various savory things, some of which are from our osechi box.
Yeah, what kind of things?
Yes, fish eggs is
Fish
really
eggs?
true.
Pickles?
There's some pickles. There's some nori paste. There's some salmon. There's some burdock root. There's some little fishes with their eyeballs staring at you.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
I hope it's delicious.
I hope so too. I hope this has not been a... Goodbye.
What did I have for breakfast today? I had a piece of bread for breakfast today. should I show you all my piece of bread?
This is my first time having the Japanese.
I hope it's very good. Thanks, Noms.
Bye.
Goodbye. I appreciate that she's eating all the fishy parts so I don't have to. But there you go. We return once more to the question of the dining room. A suggestion that my stockpile may have the battle axe in it. So, okay, there it is. So it does exist, but I can't order him to wear it or to use it personally. Let's try it again so we can figure it out. So, y'all equip this dude right here. Currently has not that weapon. So, equip you details new weapon, specific weapon. Still not showing up. So is it possible this guy who made a fancy weapon just won't use it? Because he wants to stay with Swords Dwarf. Maybe I can instead do... It must be a battle axe. And we'll see if he goes and gets the battle axe. We'll check on that in a little bit. And now it still is the case that my characters have not found all their clothes. So I'm going to update equipment and see if they will hopefully find some more. Because I think I have all of them. All right. Planter, cool. More puppies. More puppies. Since it belongs to him, I can't assign it. Yeah, hopefully he'll use it eventually then, but might be his choice. All right, what else are we seeing? We're seeing we have only 38 drinks. That's something that may be a problem. So we have 2 stills here, and for whatever reason, we're not making drinks fast enough. I wonder why that is. Okay, so part of it might be that we don't have making materials close enough to us. I wonder if it also means that we just don't have enough material with which to make these things. So what goes into making drinks? I think plants do, right? Okay. Don't want eggplants. I do want the leaves and fruit, though. So how do I select that? Leaves and fruits. We have a lot of spinach. We have far more spinach than I would ever need. Eggplants and onions, squashes and berries. Am I right to think that some of these things can be used to make drinks? It seems very likely that we can make drinks out of a lot of these things. So I wonder why they're not being made then. It may just be too much walking. Okay, drinks went up. I wonder if I have my drink jobs set up in such a way where they don't start on it until too late. So show me the work order. That does not work. I was hoping these were hot buttons to bring up the work order. There's a separate make drink from fruit option. Great. Thank you for telling me that. All right, so drink from fruits. Cool. Let's see if we can find the drink from plant one first. It is set up to make 100 of them when we have fewer than 20. I'm going to go greater than 100. We're going to go for 200 of them. So we can always more drinks. And then the drink from fruit. I think people suggested earlier that fruit, we should be careful with turning into drinks because it's valuable in various ways. Now, that said, we do have apple trees outside, so we can probably have a more consistent delivery of apples into our home here. So let's go ahead and make 40 of them. I have no idea. When there are fewer than, we'll say 30. 30? 30. Huh. Amount of drinks is fewer than 30 is satisfied, though we have 48. Wonder why. Fruit is fine making drinks. Seeds clog up stockpiles, though. So I want to cook the seeds from the fruit tree. This game. I like this game. And yet. And yet. Alright, so I can't select what kind of fruit to use, it looks like. There's no magnifying glass there. Alright, so I want to use the kitchen thing with the seed thing. Okay, I don't see any fruit tree seeds here. Maybe we just don't have any of them yet. Yeah, maybe we need to wait until we have some of them, and then we can mark them to cook. Sounds good. More bans are happening. As long as they don't ban the import of coal or lignite or whatever, I'll be fine. Now, we saw a bit ago that there was an injured dwarf, and we have a hospital, and I kind of sort of wonder, has that fellow been healed up? And if not, how do I make him get healed up? So it was the weaponsmith who made the grand weapon a bit ago. You. Healthy now. Healthy. I was enjoying myself. For the briefest moment, I saw there was health, and now everything is good. And then suddenly, the were zebra, Rismal Toonmerl Stud Iberthron, has come. A very large zebra, twisted into humanoid form. It's crazed for blood and for flesh. Its eyes glow golden yellow. Now you will know why you fear the night. So. We have gates we could close. There's still a tree here. I don't know if it's possible to jump from here to here. I don't know how that works. I think this is just a trunk, so it can't get past the wall. This one may be a problem. So I don't think we can, like, hide inside. What's this? Hello. Oh gosh, it's quite large, isn't it? Rismal Ape Shames, the lush dawn, is slow to love. Huh. Where infections are very dangerous. That makes sense, right? Because your people would become like were-dwarf, I suppose. Were-dwarves beneath the ground. Okay, I think we should go ahead and close the drawbridge. And hopefully get everyone inside. Oh, I haven't set up a burrow yet. We talked about burrows and I just never really did it. So I was going to put a burrow far, far, far below the ground, down here or so, and I just never really got to it, so, cool. But I want to make sure everyone's inside. I would hate to lock someone outside of the gates. So let's see if we can figure this thing out. The burrow button. I thought it was a kind of zone. Maybe it's not, though. Establish boroughs to organize work and living spaces in larger fortresses. Boroughs are work and living areas where citizens can be assigned. Workers will try to limit tasks to the confines of the borough, but they'll sometimes form paths which pass through other areas. Boroughs can be suspended and unsuspended freely. When a borough is suspended, assigned citizens will ignore it. It can be useful to assign all the civilians to a safe emergency borough, which we activate in case of intrusion. Okay, so I would like to have, I guess, this entire floor be our borough for right now. And we'll see how that goes. So click in the play area to paint the borough. Okay, I don't want to go outside at all. So blue is fine. We're going to call this safe place. That's lame. The levers closed door are in the borough. We'll definitely pull the levers in just a second, I promise. I need a funnier joke. Like the words burrow and furrow rhyme. Dwarven home safe spot. That's not a joke at all. Fine, whatever. Oh, what's this? Can workshops have mature plants at the borough? I want to say no. Good. No zebras allowed. Oh, that's much better, thank you. Werewolves? Not here. It's like where? You get not her. Not her. Okay, is there a assign all civilians button? Yes. And then my soldiers are not assigned there. Great. Okay. Hopefully they don't throw themselves down the waterfall. That'd be unfortunate. We now said we want to pull the levers here. Hold the lever cronk. Pull the lever cronk. And we have them do this most especially quickly. Gosh, I hope no one's outside. If they are, it's for the greater good. Okay, so as normal, my troops haven't really found their armor. And this feels like a bug because, for example, people can't find what I believe are iron pants, right? Iron, oh, chain leggings. Oh, maybe I signed the wrong pants. I'm definitely ready to say it's actually my fault, not the game's fault. If I've assigned the wrong kind of thing. Let's see. So, greaves, I think? Is that right? Yeah, so a lot of iron greaves. Leggings. Very few of them. All right, it's definitely my fault. I apologize for ever insulting our beloved game here. So, how do I change the uniform entirely? It's this one. Oh, God, what have I done? Oh God, what have I done? The dwarves decide to get naked together before going to war. Oh no. So when you change uniforms, it seems they take everything off and then maybe put them back on again. But how do I change this? There must be an edit button for it. Is it equip? That's this page again. Okay, maybe it's go into this and modify and then make sure it has the right name. Got it. So, not those. Instead, grievances of any kind you want, ideally iron, see what you can do. Pick your own weapon. Cool. We're going to call this one. Please get dressed. Fine. Uniform the template, you can't edit the template. Sounds good to me. I want to make sure everyone has that one on. Now, some people had different clothing assigned before. I'm just not too concerned as long as they put some clothes on. Down to these. Okay, the drawbridges are now closed. At the same time, the Werezebra's heavily bleeding. Someone's dead. Aw, so someone got locked outside apparently. Oh, 2 Fisher Dwarves. Did they get naked mid-combat? Oh no. Or maybe it's a different Fisher Dwarf. Maybe that's not the one who's part of the militia. Oh, it's what happened to you, brother man? Tell me your story. Okay. A whole bunch of missing. A Werezebra locks the Fisher Dwarf's left elbow with the Werezebra's left lower arm. So there's been some fighting. A lot of fighting, actually. How did I miss all of this? I was too focused on getting the drawbridge closed. But it is bleeding heavily. It's shaking after suffering a major injury, is traumatized, is horrified after seeing a dwarf die. So 2 of my dwarves have died. There are keys to slow time down. Oh, people have talked about like advancing 1 frame in a second with the period button, right? The comma button. No, comma button unpauses. Is it period? The period advances 1 frame at a time, or 1 tick at a time. So, that's horrible. So, lots of dead dwarves. Unfortunate. Okay, is the militia wearing its armor now? Kinda, sorta. Some people can't find gloves. I believe these gloves are meant to be iron gloves, correct? Yeah, iron gauntlets for everybody. So you have no iron gauntlets. Are we in fact out of iron gauntlets? So the stockpile has scads and scads of iron gauntlets. Why are our little buddies not wearing them then? They just have, I don't know. Miz haven't gotten there yet to put them on. But good enough. We must go kill the beast. So, we're going to have our troops go ahead and station at the top of the staircase. And then we can advance with just the period key. Watch this buddy bleeding out terribly. Many of you have died so that we may live. I kind of wonder, yeah, it's going to die on its own, I suspect. Is fainting. Okay, maybe it's actually a good thing that the dwarves who fought him died, because that they won't become were-dwarves, correct? Fighting apparently is happening again. Okay. So they're being found, the dead folks are being found by the Werezebra. And so we're learning about the dead dwarfs via the eyes of the werewolf, or Werezebra. Delightful. We're learning things. The militia's not here yet, hopefully soon. I wonder if Big Boy's trying to retreat. I suspect that is the case. But I expect he's not going to make it off the map. He or she or it or they. Militia. Go find the militia. So they're all getting their clothes on. Fine, good. That's where it started from. It's still probably by the gates. I appreciate they're leaving a little line for us there. I'm not going to open the northern drawbridge until our militia's upstairs. I suspect if I open the northern drawbridge, the Werezebra might still run in its final dying moments, strike down our people. Now, if I had archers, I would definitely put them on the fortifications right now and hopefully fire down. But yeah, no luck. There are some bolts here. I don't think we have any crossbows. So I do kind of wonder if the crossbows or the bolts here are left over from someone visiting previously. Let me go ahead and unforbid all those to get them after the battles are over. I can limit game speed under settings, game, 9th from bottom. Settings, game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Game frames per second cap 100. So we can go up to 1,000 if we want to. Do any of you have a sense of how fast is ideal for playing? Because definitely in the games I know best, you can switch speeds 1, 2, 3, and 1 feels very slow and in control. 3 feels absolutely wild. Because in this game there's only the 1 speed, I wonder if I should change it based on what we're doing. You play at 25, which is slow. Okay, I'll try 25, and we'll just see how it feels. But being able to unpause without having wild craziness seems pretty good. Oh, this feels a lot better. Dude Man's approaching the wall. And why are you right there, child? I know I assigned everybody to the borough. Now, do children not count as being civilians? Okay, children do count as civilians. So why is this child outside then? Birds are kind of broken and don't work sometimes. Children like to ignore it sometimes. All right. Either way, this kid might be getting eaten if Brother Man can get over the wall. He seems like he's moving with like great speed. Oh, recovers quickly. I wonder if the injury is healed up. Like previously they were bleeding terribly. Now they're not. So he stopped making a mess of the map and instead ready to fight. We have 2 soldiers. Hello. There's a human here. Why is there a human here? Okay, so I'm relatively sure that Buddy went up the tree there. Where did Buddy go up the tree? Oh, the full moon's over, so it turned back. Oh. So the sudden human is in fact that were-zebra, rather. Of course. Now the hard question here is, do we kill him? I changed the grazing option, not the speed. Nairo, thank you for actually checking on that. I must have changed the wrong line. So it was game and then grazing coefficient. Thank you for noticing that. I have no idea what I had it at. This is the one I meant to change to 25 here. It's 100? Okay, cool. That random man killed 2 of my dwarves? Okay, that's right. So we need to go stop him from ever doing that again. Okay, it's 25 now. Done. Militia, it is time for you to go to war. My chief medical dwarf's outside. You're not part of the fighting team. Why are you here? He wasn't himself. I know. It's a disease that has taken him over. It feels genuinely terrible to kill him because he's just a man. He doesn't know what's happened. He's just looking around like, oh, how did I get here? What has happened? What a terrible, terrible thing has occurred to cause me to lose my memory. We don't care. You've done what you've done, little man, and so it is time for the militia to sentence you personally to death. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. It's not very heroic if we don't open the drawbridge. One of these has been pulled now, so... There we go. It takes time to open now, where previously it was instantaneous. So here goes the militia. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Now where is Buddy Man? The human? Is he off the map? He's gonna live to fight another day. Well. The militia scared him away, but the people who are truly scared here, it's us. Because we know that the world is a dangerous and terrible, terrible place. Dwarves have died this day because of your negligent, militia. You folks are the ones to blame here. So no orders. Should I have them put their armor away? I suspect I should, because I think the armor degrades if I don't. Hopefully they can get re-equipped much more quickly than last time. So, schedule off-duty. We should probably get to training at some point, but... Or better yet, if they're training... Only to order. So hopefully they go put the armor inside of the barracks now. Okay. This one, I want to pull still immediately. Now we can free everyone from the burrow also. So we will have Ollie all run free once more. Only 2 dead dwarves, no one infected. That could have been a run killer. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. If we give people personal coffers, they'll store items in the barracks. So I think, what do they have? They have a coffer, a couple coffers, some armor stands, and 1 weapon rack. So I don't know if there's too many. Oh, in their rooms. Okay, I thought we said we wanted to have people store things inside of the barracks. I don't know what we actually want. It's unclear to me what we're trying to do here, but cool. The important question for now is this thing working? There is a table. Someone made a table at least. And so Brotherman's working, that's great. I think I turned the burrow off. There's 1 person assigned to the burrow. I said no civilians, but there's still apparently 1 person locked into the burrow. I don't see anybody. They have to destroy the burrow to make that work out. Okay, we should probably deal with our recently defeated friends. And are their bodies just like in the junk heap? They are. And there are 2 dead people. Is there any way to learn what this person was before they died? Because I don't necessarily recognize names, unfortunately. They're probably both Fisher Dwarves, but I'm not certain, unfortunately. Maybe I should rename everyone so I know what they do. But let's go down to our far below area of Tombza. Here we go. No, it's our mining floor where I'm looking for coal still. Ugh. Where was that? Is this key? Yeah. So far we have only one coffin for the first character who ever died. It's a tomb called The Reminder of Gravity. This is because we had a log fall on his head and kill him. So probably gonna have some smaller rooms for people who died in the werewolf attack. Because if we have ones of this size, it's gonna take up the entire base by the time everyone's died. Maybe that's fine though. So on the opposite side, we'll go ahead and dig out. We'll go ahead and dig out 2 of them, and I'll link them together with a door, I guess, in order to remember forever that these 2 people linked in life and also linked in death. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's the correct size. We'll see. We'll see. All right, and wider here also. And a double door in between. Fancy, fancy, fancy. LinkedIn Park. All right, look here, you. Look here, you. You want to get banned with your funny jokes? Later 8 funny man. I appreciate this sense of humor. It's what I like most. All right, so we made a wood wall here, so we can make a dolomite wall here. There is a merchant here. Wait, why is there a merchant just standing on the corner here? Did the dwarf merchants get stuck in my wall somehow? Because when I go to the let's trade here, there are no merchants. However, I found them. If I build like a staircase up to them, do you think they'll come down? Because there's a staircase right here they should be able to use to get down, but very, very, very strange. You've had it happen when an animal attack distracts them and then they don't leave. Okay. So we may get to entomb them into our wall. This is dolomite blocks. Good. And we can get onto this wall also. I'll wait on that for a moment. His guard went Weirzeber and it caused the issue? Oh, okay. So the dwarf had a human guard? That surprised me just a tiny bit. I assumed that dwarves would stay with dwarves. I have certain ideas about racial segregation, obviously. We need to cut down these trees. Speaking of trees, don't have nearly enough of any particular wood, so let's throw in whatever we got. And these trees here have recently grown, because previously I didn't have any trees inside the base. So with my apologies to the elves, are they going to find out, even if not on the map to see it? So maybe I need to put like concrete floor everywhere to ensure that the trees don't keep growing back. That seems likely. Please don't kill each other by falling trees. I believe in you very much. Please don't screw this one up. Okay. Removing and replacing Trade Depot will fix this. We also then get all our stuff. I don't want to cheat and get all our stuff, so hopefully they'll find a way to leave on their own. If I give them a new staircase, maybe. Or perhaps they'll have like one interesting opening in the wall. The place where the guard looks and sees things. Permanent merchant hanging out. Have the taverns gotten complete? Or not taverns, the tombs gotten complete? It's this key here. Oh, they're digging. Oh, they're digging. Did I banish our necromancer? I believe last time we played, we had a necromancer join our fortress, and I went back and forth on whether I wanted to send them out of our base. I think I finally did dismiss them. I'm afraid of necromancy. Getting a dodging demonstration. So this mace dwarf is flashy. Adept mace dwarf. What are you flashy at, my friend? Expert teacher. Cool. Legendary musician. I like to imagine they're singing a song about dodging. I don't know how the song would go. What rhymes with dodge? Codge-er? Maybe. Now, if 3 people are furious, I'd like to fix their fury if possible. Let's see if we can figure out who they are and what they would like. Look at the big smiles. Love the big smiles. The fierce people may be children. All right, one of them is this axe dwarf right here. Lonely after being away from their family. So things that are like this, where he's away from his family, does that mean that he needs to find these people? Or maybe he doesn't have family here and wants to go on a tour to somewhere else? Also, the dwarves are wearing their armor while they're training. I thought I said not to do that. Yeah, constant training. Equip with orders only. So, with a vacant position. I wonder if a dwarf died. Yeah, maybe a member of the militia actually died there. Okay. So does the training order mean go get your armor? I don't know. Alright, so I think we lost a militia member though. Let's see if we can fix that. We did. Very sad. Very sad. So we have no one else who knows how to fight at all. Bring me a peasant. Hello, peasant. You've been... Oh, you're a lasher. Lashing. Is that tying things? Or using a whip, maybe? Probably a whip. Oh, look at you. You're an axe dwarf. Glorious. Will you find some good weapons and such? Continue filling these out. Bit by bit, step by step. So if we put these down all together, instead of one at a time, am I right to think that our little dwarfs would start with one nearest and then not finish that part? I always want intelligent characters who know how to place all of the walls correctly. However, I think the dwarves, like the auction not included pawns, or meeps rather, have no idea what intelligence is. Okay. Is this done? Hey, look at that. All right, so I'd like to put coffins here. I'm not going to use the grandest of them. Just the plain limestone coffins are fine for these quote-unquote heroes. And then we need some doors between. Got 8 plain doors. Perfect. We have to make some weird zebra jokes for these 2 tombs. Dwarves don't stand in a building zone if there's a free one nearby. Dwarves don't stand in a building zone if there's a free one nearby. Okay, one second. So that was here. Okay, so if I were to make a line like this, which I don't really want to do, I promise, then they don't want to stand in these building zones to build this. So instead, they'll stand here, which builds this one, and none of those get built. I understand. That's not what we want then. We'll clear all those. Whoops. Clear all of these. And then we'll come back and just one at a time fill them up. Checking in occasionally. Okay. So the ongoing issue is, dude, where's my coal? And I think we're not going to be able to find the coal, because I think it may not actually be on the map. So here's a question. We have some merchants who are stuck on our wall, and I'm curious if they're still stuck here, will no other merchants come? Now, if I build a second trade station, maybe some other ones will come. But will other people come use this one while there's junk at it? They will come use it? Awesome. Great, thank you. This is a Tumba. Done. We're going to call this one Where, oh where has the... what do you mean? I need more letters. More letters for more jokes. Where, oh where is Imush? So close. I'll get rid of the spaces here. We'll never look at the zone again, but just knowing the joke exists makes me happy. Glorious. And don't need any of that. And we need a second tomb on the other side. Oh. Zone. Toomba. That. This one's named for MoMAs. I believe MoMAs may have been my militia member. So where, oh where is MoMAs? Perfection. And so those folks should get buried presently. And they will dig out more in the future. If the Fisher Dwarf's tomb like or an even bigger one for the nobles, I think it's because they die as heroes, right? I like to give them large areas because, yeah, they died in defense of the base, not in a foolish way. People who die in foolish ways probably get tiny little tombs. This is my current thinking on the matter. This is my nobles room right now. It's not quite finished. I don't quite know what to do with the back of the bedroom. Right now it's just like open to the air. Someone suggested glass. That could be very, very cool, but I like it. I like it very much. The Were Zebra may attack again next full moon. So how does that work? Like as of right now, the Were Zebra character is not on the map. Will they potentially return to it, or are they guaranteed to come back, or just like a possibility at full moon? We'll keep an eye on it and see. All right, I destroyed some bedrooms up here. I'd like to fix those, hopefully. So, the wall of dolomite blocks. Cool. Same thing. Whoops, that's not quite right. I need to be setting up more mining jobs beneath the earth also, because I very much want to try to find coal. I think a lot of the trouble in our base right now, as far as production, is just for want of coal and for want of gems. If we can get those, it'd be swell. Have I filled in all the holes? No, certainly not. And there are even more of them to make, of course. Awesome. One there. I'll wait till that part's done, then we'll come mine out some more. Speaking of which, we need a door over here. Wonder how many bedrooms we're up to. I need to mark more of those bedrooms also. I'll wait until this one is done and then add some. Okay, do I have tables and such? I suspect I might. I don't think I have anyone currently set up to decorate my things. For a while there, I was decorating everything with shells, but then we established that the elves wouldn't buy things that are made with shells or decorated with shells, and got really, really angry that I even suggested it. And so I stopped decorating with shells entirely, just so I could sell things to them in the future. Happy New Year, Look Monoscope. Happy New Year, everybody. And Nunu Dudu, that's a great name. How's it going? If a character has a scheming skill, there's a greater chance they're not who they say they are. So when that pop-up happens, or when the human is on the map here, if they have high scheming, maybe they'll actually be a werewolf, but we'll not know. Interesting. Interesting. If I could just find some more gems, I'd be very pleased to do inlaying with that or decorating with that, but still get a little bit thin on those. Okay. Thank you to whomever told me I could slow down the game tick speed, because I felt like things were going way, way, way too fast before I did that. Our doggo is quite injured also. Someone told me previously that it's not possible to heal animals ever. So this poor buddy's gonna be limping around for the remainder of the playthrough, I suspect. Awful, awful, awful. Okay. Am I also making cabinets? And if not, I should be. Because again, having all this like random junk on the floor feels genuinely awful. I think we established earlier that this kind of stuff we're not able to deconstruct from material, but we can sell them to people if we want to. We just need to figure out a way to organize all of our lousy old clothing if possible. We'll see. Where am I storing my shells? That's a heck of a question. I assume it's in the giant stockpile. You recently learned that any stockpile that's any refuse causes all items in the stockpile to deteriorate much faster. Any stockpile that allows any refuse causes all items in that stockpile to deteriorate faster. Oh, why is this game this way? The shells, luckily, are not part of the main stockpile. Are they here? I have absolutely no idea where my shells are being stored. Do we actually have shells right now, or have they all been used up? Are those shell rings? Now, maybe they're not called shells. Maybe they're called, what were they called? Shoot, I can't remember. Let's get and see if we can find it. Barrels, beds, bin, bar, body parts? There we go. Pond turtle shells. Pikachu, where are you? In the fishery currently. Okay, I think for right now, all the shells are living inside the fishery. There may be no place they're allowed to live. Maybe. So the decoration station's right here. Yeah, decoration station's right here. So I kind of want to have them near to there, but there's not really a spot currently, except for this, which is... This wood goes here? Is wood allowed to go inside of bins? We don't actually need this spot anymore. So we're going to say you are the spot where we're going to put shells for now. And that is body parts, I think. Refuse. Shells. All. There's a bin there. Hopefully they'll get moved soon. We'll see. Have I adjusted chores for kids? I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, 95% of the things that you can do in this game, I do not know about yet. So let me look into chores in just a second. I can make a garbage zone and mark all clothes to dump to clean them and unforbid them later. I knew I can definitely do that. So previously, I've put my garbage stuff over here, figuring I want to degrade. Now, maybe that's not true. Maybe we actually want the bones to be available for bone carving and such. But I think the clothes I'd like to try to sell, so I make a zone for them just below the ground, over here for now. Or better yet, up here. So we'll make a garbage zone and only allow lousy old clothes in there. They're going to be called Goodwill for the old clothes. Very good. Okay. Garbage. What did I just do? Did I do it twice? I did it twice. Okay, so I would like to... Wait, how do I mark what I want to go in here? I guess you can't. I guess all or nothing on the garbage. Oh, what's upstairs may not actually be a garbage zone. Right, it's a refuse stockpile, and these are not the same thing. Oh, goodness. Our people are sparring. Should I be concerned about this? Like, is it possible to kill each other while sparring? Use the dump tool hotkey I. Okay, so I can go around now and mark the clothing to go there. So I hotkey. It's like I poppy, but I hotkey. All right, that didn't do that. So I need the dump status instead, which is P hotkey actually, apparently. Cool. We can clean up our rotten old clothes now. Keep an eye out for that for sure. More doors needed. More doors needed. People sparring can potentially injure each other, but it's rare. Cool, thank you. Hopefully they don't, again, literally kill each other. I'll be fine if they get a little bruise, but nothing past that, thank you. All doors equipped. Awesome. Let's begin to remove some more of this magnetite. This is why I need coal. If we have coal, then we can actually make the magnetite into iron, and that'll be just totally, totally grand. Back to that soon. Over here, I believe we have chairs again. Glorious. And then we skip a row. And there'll be tables and then chairs. Is that right? Yeah. Got to maintain regularity all throughout, or people get very cross about the lack of symmetry. Nope. Goes here instead. All right, I'm gonna go to the digging floor again, and just mark huge amounts of stuff on the digging floor. I believe it's down farther than previously. Is that true? Yes. So this is the farthest down area we've done anything on so far. I've been trying to go down farther and farther and farther, trying to find anything of mineral kind that is useful. And we found a whole bunch of limestone and really not terribly much else. There is some water here and some water here. And we don't really know what either of those are. But I'm going to do some more strip mining. And we'll do level 3 on that, just to figure out what it might be in the depths. And I know these aren't really the depths, but I just need coal. Just need coal, thank you. Hey, Dumbledore, that is a massive dwarven mess hall. Yes, the great hall where they eat and sing songs of battles past, boasting mightily about the gold they've seen and the gold they will soon dig from beneath the earth. Well, that's the plan, at least. All right, I'll continue just digging wildly. So I've been told that this is the correct level of rock in order to find coal, if there is coal. Someone suggested earlier that I may have embarked on an area with no coal, and if that happens, it's going to be unfortunate. I'll have to continue cutting down trees. Now, I think I saw I had some wood inside of my... I do have wood here. So we have charcoal, that means, or they should be making charcoal. And so if we have charcoal available, why is it not being used to make iron things? Is it possible I have no more iron thing jobs set up? I think that's very likely. Or they all might be fulfilled, which means my soldiers should have armor available. Do they? It's much, much closer. So these should be wearing gauntlets. And I believe we have gauntlets. Do we have gauntlets? I give you a pile of gauntlets. So why on earth are they not putting those gauntlets on? Likewise for this spot, he should be wearing iron high boots. Do I have iron high boots? I have a lot of iron high boots. Why he's not putting them on, I do not know. Yeah, the militia armor thing has been the thing I do not understand most of all right now. Who knows, who knows? Did my tomb get filled in? It's full of limestone pieces. Why is there just a dead body here? So this one they sealed correctly. This one, They decided to present the body for all of times. Hey, Dark Uno, how's it going, my friend? Thank you for the continuing subscription. 51 months. Holy cow. Thank you for being a friend, and I'm glad you're enjoying the channel such as it is. Hey, Trevar, thank you for the follow also. But Dark Uno, New Year, who dis? It's your boy Resorty. That's right, ya boy. Another dude, thanks for Prime Sub also. I'm glad you're enjoying the channel. Enjoy your freedom from ads for a whole month for sure. I can lead a dwarf to armor, I can't make him drink. I'm afraid it's true. We could try to have them have an armory stock room next to the barracks for overflow. Would ensure they're not in bins help? Oh, maybe. Because I know my armor area here has a bunch of bins with so many things inside of them. So let me go ahead and make a different stockpile elsewhere for this. Upstairs, like Nairo suggested. And just like have a field of armor. I'm totally fine with that if they will just put their clothes on. So this is the barracks right now. We're going to dig on in. And next door I'll probably want to have like a ranged militia area also. But in the middle here we'll have an armory room and see what happens. So 1, 2, 3 door. Cool. That's probably not going to be large enough for all the armor, so let's make it furthermore embiggened. So that is the wall line, and then 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they'll do another door 1, 2, 3. Wait, is that wrong? Is that right? 1, 2, 3, door, 1, 2, 3. Wall. No, 1, 2, 3. Wall, 1, 2, 3, door. That's correct. Good. Okay. Hospitalized dwarves can only drink water. It's deadly if they don't have access to water while in lockdown. Okay, cool. I will definitely look into that in just a little bit. And other lies I tell you all regularly. That digging is of equal priority to the stuff in the pit, so it will not get done for a very, very long time. Let's go ahead and prioritize it just so it gets done while I'm thinking about it. Cool. Sparring, found more dampstone, and masterpiece dolomite door. Neat. For whatever reason, the temple was not completely finished. Someone was probably standing in the way for it. So let's hopefully finish this then. We talked previously about changing the size of the temple because this whole thing is temple room, but they're only going to here and then walking back out as opposed to going all the way in. Slaughter no. Alright. Did that... It was full moon for a moment there. Did the human return? No. Very nicely, the Were Zebra left us alone this time. Okay, with dolomite doors, we want to make this area beautiful. So dolomite walls again. Down 23 blocks. Might want to set up a separate stone crafting table, just make blocks forever, no ways. I think I've said that twice now. If I say it a third time, I will go ahead and do it. That's to be the running promise from me to you. The more times I say I'm going to do something, the more likely I am to do it. Speaking of promising to do something, I want to say thank you very much for those of you who have already watched the new YouTube RimWorld video. We're getting very close to getting 100 views in the first 24 hours that a video is up. Each new video we put up, more and more people watch right away. So thank you to those of you who've been enjoying the ongoing RimWorld story. I'm having a ton of fun making it, and as I say in those videos regularly, it is a ton of fun knowing y'all are watching. So thanks for keeping my little characters company. And it's been nice. It's been really a nice thing to work on, especially over my teaching break here. I go back to teaching in just a couple weeks, and so when that happens, there'll be somewhat fewer streams. That's not true. Somewhat less time live while streaming, but still probably 6 days a week of streaming. The hard question will be, am I able to maintain the YouTube thing and stream and teach? Right now I have a second episode ready to be uploaded. I'm hoping I'll be able to stay about a week or so ahead on the YouTube videos and keep it all going throughout the semester. I think those are all the same size. Gosh, I hope so. And we'll do the same thing over here also. If I can't do it, don't stress about it. I mean, sure. On the one hand, I want to say yes. Streaming and YouTubing should be fun. However, it is also work for me. People pay me money to show up and do things, and I very much want to do that, and it's often better for me when I'm able to be creative in these ways. My mental health is better, so yeah, definitely I want to continue doing it. And I think some people would get stressed out if I stopped putting things up. It's like, Resorty, didn't you say you'd put up one video a week? Resorty, do that. Because this semester I'll only be teaching classes that I've taught previously, I should be able to get them taught without too much work. Hey, it's the edge of the map. I've been told I should not go to the very edge of the map, so we'll pull back a little bit, like so. Put the blocks on the list right after securing a water source. Oh yeah, there's so many things I've said I'm going to do in the next bit of the game. I'll probably do literally none of them. Double search for the new playthrough on YouTube, plug successful. I mean, I'm not entirely meaning to drive people to YouTube. It is partially really thanking people who have watched it. Because I think I've said previously that one of the worst feelings is spending a lot of time on making something for other people, and other people either not caring about it or actively disliking it. So I am very grateful when people enjoy and appreciate the things I make. 3 people are furied. Furied is not a word. 3 people are dismayed over the world they're living. One of them is Doomed. Doomed's only a little sad, but Doomed's around a long time. What's wrong, Doomed? So everything I see here, they either feel nothing or feel happy. They want to be with family and friends. Sorry. They want excitement, acquiring objects, and learning something. So when it says acquire object, does that mean they want any object or a particular object? Like, this person's constructing, so I assume they're acquiring objects to go construct. I think there's a need thing here. So can't pray to reg the glove tower. I wonder if we need to have private temples for some of the people who are wanting to pray. Leads an unexciting life. Do you want to see death? Is that what it comes to? I'm guessing the tavern would help with some of these things. So let's go and see if we can figure out the tavern right after I figure out the water source. So, as you're aware, there is water right here. Is a brook that is some levels down. So from the level with the hospital, which I should probably make bigger, I think I want to have a pathway with a little staircase that goes down to the water. And then make sure we have a wall over top of the brook that doesn't block it off, but ensures that no one can get in. I think it's like a water gate or something for that. And so that no one attacks the base from that weaker spot. Yes. And we'll start on this level. And we'll dig down farther so we can continue expanding rooms here. And I'm not even going to measure it out. I'm just going to randomly say, let's cut across here. Here. Okay. And then we're going to have a little door here that leads to a staircase room. I can put in iron grates. Sorted, it's awesome seeing you, number one. And number two, cool, I can make iron grates directly. Super, super cool. Okay, so then we need to think, how far down do we need to go? Yeah, not too many levels at all. But do stairwell starting there. 1, 2, to there. Cool. And then once down there, we'll want to mine out. I'll just do one across. I'll put a door there, and then a water enjoyment area there. And we'll probably need to look around to make sure that no one can climb down and get to little dwarfs. Maybe we should put a roof over this part also, with water grates on either side. Now, I haven't made those yet, so let's see how they're made. Wall grate. Block creatures, but allow the passage of fluids and items. Built on any floor. Grates, unlike bars, have a quality and enhance the value of rooms. They can also be connected to levers. Bars. Block creatures, but allows the passage of fluids and items. Can build on any floor. Bars, unlike grates, do not have quality, so do not enhance the value of rooms. Okay, this is a place where I'm having trouble thinking about how Z-level works. Am I right in thinking that floor bars are like flooring, and vertical bars or wall grates are like walls? If so, cool. So, they're just made with iron bars. Awesome. Vertical bars are wall tiles. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Sort of, I'm glad you know this game. Thanks for Contraption. Okay, so if they're wall tiles, then maybe I can put a roof on top of them. Now, I don't know yet if I can make roof/floors from below or only from above. If it's above, we'll go ahead and just dig on over and do that. Or maybe make a little staircase, do it, and then destroy it afterwards. I think that'll look very cool, though, when that gets done. Cool, cool. Our little friend's digging. Not so much. The game is paused. That would be exactly why. The roof's only the bottom 1/5 of the floor from above. Cool. Is it possible to do that from below? Like, can we reach up and touch things above? What's this? Pigtail seeds. Why are the random seeds here? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, did the armory get dug out? That is here and down a couple levels. They're still working on it. Yeah, ever since I turned the tick speed down, things happen much less slowly, but I am totally fine with that, and that I'm being able to keep close track of what's actually happening. I didn't mean to dig this all out in the way I am. Hey, it's gems! Hey, it's gems! Awesome! Always delighted to find those. Cool. So 1, 2, 3 like that. I want to do clay stone blocks. Cool. 1, 2, 3 like that. Clay stone blocks. And one here. And then we're just continuing to dig out. That's correct. Hey, Miso Samurai, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. And thanks for being a friend. How do you change game speed? So if you go into the settings menu, game tab, the 9th thing from the bottom is like how many ticks per second. And this is currently on 25. The Baroness says we can no longer import or export something. So no coffins can be exported. And the mayor says no shields exported. Fine. Despite nobles being terrible, ours have actually been halfway decent so far. She's had totally reasonable requests, and nothing has been too bad. Alright, these things have not yet been hauled to where they're supposed to go, I believe. Which is up here, down 1. One thing has been hauled there. So, the zone exists. It's just, it hasn't been filled yet. So maybe we need to get ourselves additional haulers, possibly. There's a key for it also. Yeah, so if you're paused, the period key advances by 1 tick. Tick, 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 tick. I don't know if there's a faster and slower past that. We'll see. The Lavender Baron demands backpacks and then refuses to sell the backpacks. So far, our Baron, our mayor did something very similar. He demanded we made shields and now will not let us export shields. But that's fine. The shields are being used for the militia, and I'm A-okay with that. Speaking of the militia, I would like to have a ranged militia. It is one of the goals of the day, as you're aware. So I think I probably want the leather militia, or the ranged militia, to have leather armor and to use crossbows. So we'll set a grand job for those things. That's not it. Work orders. Cool. Let's make some crossbows. We're an iron-loving family. I'd like to forge. Sure. We are below 5 of them. Will that make 10? Awesome. And we probably need to set up all the leather pieces. Armor, gloves, etc. But leather armor first. We don't have those. And we'll also do leather hats, maybe? Helms, that sounds right. So I don't know if I have anyone who's any good at all at archery right now. I can imagine, like, if I had a hunter, it would. No, not helms. It needs to be leather helms in particular. Leather armor helm? No, that's wrong. That's wrong. So it's the helm, yes, but then material is leather. Oh, can helms only be made out of leather? We're making shoes and gloves. Okay, that's enough for now. Now, we also need to have bolts. I think I made a bunch of bolts earlier because someone wanted to like buy or sell. I don't know if I have any bolt job set up anymore, though. The different term for metal helms. So the word helm is leather helm, and something else for the metal equivalent. Nice. Nasu. Do we see B for bolts? No, we don't. Cool. So bolts out of iron. I have no idea how many we need. So let's go ahead and make 500 of them when we are fewer than 50 of them. Now, does this mean does this mean make 500 jobs worth of iron bolts or 500 iron bolts? I'm guessing 500 jobs is a tremendous number. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. It could be a lot of fun. You can make iron helms. Okay, I'm doing something wrong then. Let's see if I can figure out how that works. So currently it says make leather helm when amount of helm is less than 5. We don't need adjective. The type? Leather armor, no. But it's also... Wait, no. Go into it. When I do material, I have to choose a kind of leather. As opposed to... just any leather at all. And... I don't know. Am I reading this correctly? I can't specify leather in general. So it'd probably be just L leather. Okay. It'd be right here, correct? Well, that'll be awkward. We'll figure it out eventually, perhaps. Alright, how is the... I was going to ask how's the mining going downstairs, but I know full well it hasn't popped up with, hey, you found coal. But I assume that, hey, we have not found coal yet. That said, the miners were working elsewhere, apparently. I think I may have one fewer miner than previously, because I forced a miner off to work as a member of the militia. And this one's currently making doors. That feels strange. Do I have any, like... I have so many cheesemakers. Am I right to think we don't need this many cheesemakers? Like, this guy right here, congratulations, you're getting conscripted into being a miner. I actually may have had miners set up initially to only do this job if they were assigned as such. Let's go ahead and remove that. So, mining only selected. Everybody can do it. All right, I had to remove these first to have that. Huh. Maybe it's not possible to have everybody do mining. It would just be too much. Bulletproof bullet. That's very confusing. But thank you very much for your generous follow. It's good having you here. So let me just assign more people to help out with this. Yeah. 2 of my combat folks are doing other tasks instead. So, who wants to be a miner? Is it a cheese guy? Is it a farmer? Little peasant, you get selected. As do you. As do you. Hopefully they will get onto that. As right now, there's one person who exclusively mines. I think I'm going to take the great miner and ask for the same thing. That should increase our mining efficiency and speed a little bit more. Okay. So we went ahead and made additional line of wood here so we can build more additional block walls. Now the one challenge we're going to have, as you can see, is that a merchant just stuck in that corner. For as long as the merchant is stuck in that corner, I'm going to be unable to walk across there to make the fortifications above. Also, I do see we have trees right along the edge of the base. I do not want that. The dev has commented on the labor system. I can basically let everyone do everything, and the best at a task will always take preference. I'm a bit of a control freak. I very much like knowing that the right person is doing the right job because I told them to. But maybe I should just trust in the work queue to figure all these things out. Oh, I just cut those higher than ground floor. I think that's a good way to have your dwarves fall out of the trees. Go down to floor level. But it's not possible to have all of my dwarves mine, correct? So I pushed the everyone does. That did not happen. So I'm not quite sure why that is. It's fine. Figure out mining manually. Mining requires a pick. Oh! So let's say everyone does this. You have to have enough picks for everyone then. That makes sense. Masterpiece door. Fancy, fancy. I talked earlier about potentially trying to have either a moat around here or making it all concrete floor, some kind of stone floor, so that nothing will grow to stop the trees from growing up right next to my borders. So not have to upset the elves, etc., etc. So previously I've done a bunch of dolomite floors here. And I think limestone might be nicer because it like really stand out as a beautiful bright white. You see me know this, but you click the little hammer and lock, they only do things they're assigned to. Yeah, so these two dudes are exclusively going to mine. I believe this guy is exclusively workshopping. We actually don't need that anymore. He was doing that when he was decorating everything. We'll remove that. But I think I want the miners mining always because there are just so very, very many mining jobs to do. However, I guess I can remove it. And if it's the case that the devs have set it up so the best person will always do the job if it's available, then these very good miners, I guess, will go and mine always. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know how much limestone flooring I have. I'll probably need to make some more of it. But let us see how much we can do for now. And we need to start tearing down these walls also, as we've gotten the fortifications completed out front. Speaking of which, fortification goes here. Out of dolomite. So they can climb. Can they climb up there? So no, they can't climb. They can't from the other side. Yeah, there's no fortification in front of the drawbridge right now because I think if I have it, it'll block the drawbridge from closing. But yes, with this wall fully built, we can now remove the wood wall here entirely. I think. I have no idea. It's all too confusing. We removed the one from this side already, yes? Yes. Good. And we're still working over here. Why do I have a block wall at this level? Okay, I see what's happened. So, how did I do this? I must have previously had another wall. No, we're good. Wait, are we good? I'm so confused about what I've done. Okay, this is the same level. This level is 1 up. I'm just going to push remove some stuff to figure out what on earth's happened here. No, that's right. We do want this one here because the correct level of... I'm so confused. The staircase can go up to the wall level. The wall level has the fortifications. That is correct. So I want to remove this bit by bit by bit if I can. That's make stairs. That's not the correct button. That is destroy. That's destroy good. We'll see if everything collapses here. If it does, I feel very bad. Sorry, little dwarves, but I believe in you. I have no idea. I have no idea what I've done there. We'll fix it later. Okay. We're also talking about continuing along here as we have more whatever to put in. So we want to put a wall at this level. Across there. Birch is fine. Whatever wood's fine. And then once that's done, they can walk on that to make a further wall along there, which we've already done on this side. We've not yet done it on the area here, because this is just flooring between the two sides. Here, the two sides not yet exist. Oh, it already actually does exist. We already made the flooring across. Cool. I recognize occasionally in this game that though I'm pushing a lot of buttons, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. These all show a big X. Does that mean destroy, or does that mean it can't be done? I assume that means I just haven't gotten to it yet. We'll ignore that. It'll all work out real soon. Hey, look at this! A fish dissector withdraws from society, would like to be a craft dwarf when they grow up. Sketches stacked leather, square blocks, cut gems, skeletons, a quarry. But probably rocks. I want to suggest we have all these things available, but maybe not. So a skeleton, there are definitely bones right here, like scads of bones. Okay, no, they can't use this kind of bone, right? You have to use bones from being butchered. So that's probably the issue now. It's time for us to say goodbye to one of our lovely animals. Close your eyes, folks. We look through, oh gosh, what kind of animals do I have? I need to make sure I use an animal I have a lot of. Oh boy. Oh boy. 101 puppies! Right. So that should do that. And I think once that's done, they'll have everything else they need to do their work. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. I know the puppies. I'm sorry. It feels awful. I just don't have a breeding pair of anything yet other than dogs. And so dogs have been the standard deliverer of bones. Knick-knack, paddywhack, dog gives you a bone. Something like that. That's how the old rhyme goes. Oh, shoot. I made too big of an area here, didn't I? I skipped 2. No! No! It's wrong. It's wrong forever. I'm glad I noticed that before I placed everything. I just have to go through manually and cancel each one. That's fine. Okay. So I do want to have a gap between them, but not quite that big of a gap. Chairs go in this spot here. No, the tables go in that spot there. Chairs go in this spot here. Yeah. And we talked about potentially filling in the gaps so everyone can, like, be snuggled up next to someone else who's eating. The chair's actually in the right spot. I just made a slight mistake in placement of the tables. You die a little anytime that happens. So there are 3 spots in the base where I miscounted walls. I'm not going to show them to you. There's one beloved but very, very mean viewer who has taken a clip every time I made a mistake because he notices it before I do. And then, oh, how he laughs when I discover it. There are 3 places. There are some very, very slight misplacements of symmetry, unfortunately. All right, a puppy has died. Very sad. And so the fellow who was yelling went and got the bones. Is still fetching things. I want to believe that they're going to be able to find everything they're looking for. We'll return soon to that. Now, upstairs in Barracks Zone, it's here. They've finished digging out this area. Fantastic. We'll continue making a wall across. 1, 2, 3, that. 1, 2, 3, wall. 1, 2, 3, door. And then the rest of the way. Okay, and then I want to stockpile here. There's just strewn armor everywhere. And maybe strewn bolts and so much else. So we do not want to use any kind of bins here. So it's going to be called the Field of Armor. And it is just for armor, but not apparel. So how do I do that? Or are they already separate? They're not. So let's go through and make sure I only do armor stuff. I don't know if bulky vests and capes and cloaks count. Mail shirts surely do. I think that's just armor stuff. Oops. Chausses. I believe that's an armor word. I need to make sure I didn't disallow these elsewhere. And I know my combat dwarves use socks. I just want to make sure that they have their military grade clothing available nearby. They can find the other stuff elsewhere. A few more to go. All right, all shields allowed. Cool. What kind of metal? I think whatever's fine. Whatever's fine. Where's fine? Fine, 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 fine. Nothing is unusable. Okay, so now that that exists, we then want to go to here. When I want to go back upstairs and say no bins allowed. Because bins are causing the problem, apparently. Here, these... Nothing. And then go back to here. I want to say this zone. Oh, this is the armor refuse heap. So I was trying to keep armor here that would smelt down. Because with it in the boxes, I think it was much easier to find it for the sake of churning rotten old stuff into basic materials again. Yes, like these things here. Destroy, 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 etc. So I think I'll say in this zone... What? How do we do this? I wish I would determine, like, is it good quality or bad quality? That doesn't exist, I don't think. Okay, I'm just going to do the opposite of what I did upstairs. So anything that looks armory will disallow. And we'll then have to go through and mark the armor things upstairs for smelting. But they'll be nicely segregated then, I believe. Joe Roker, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope today's going super well for you. Contraption, good night. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you did. We'll be streaming for about another 20 minutes today, I believe. As Noms is home, and I want to go hang out with her. But I think things are going pretty well in the old fort today. I feel like we're actually making progress, which is the best feeling for sure. Sleek high boots make me feel like it might be made out of leather. But I'm not sure if that's right. We'll figure it out eventually, I'm sure, when our military area gets filled over with things that aren't really military. Roku, you're not doing well. Your entire fortress died from a colossus. Oof. We had a were-zebra attack earlier. It killed 2 of our people. We did not have an outbreak, though, of the were disease. And, yeah, only 2 people died. So very happy about that. I'm sorry to hear, though, that your base did not have the best of experiences. Okay. I think that's right. So hopefully the little haulers will now move things from place to place fairly quickly. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Do we have some additional cupboards to put out also? 4 of them. Nice. Slowly but steadily getting done. Now, after we turn these all into bedrooms, we then want to try to figure out the water situation. And there was something else that I was going to do that I've now forgotten about. So, oh gosh, a lot of mining setup probably it's not getting done. I'll fit that eventually. Okay, so we want to mark this. We've made a few more. Grand. I'm going to push a multi button there. So, bedrooms, multi. Okay, and remove that zone first, though, because it made it all as one big bedroom. So destroy that, and then replace it again. You wonder if it's only one dwarf can dig through a bin at once? It may be, Sally. It may be that when dwarves are attempting to find their armor, they can't find it if someone else is looking through there already. The mysterious construction has begun. Also, my spear dwarf has grown attached to a copper spear. That's not a very high-level weapon, is it? That's cool, though. They have a relationship. Every day before going to practice, Domos kisses the spear. What a sweetie. Oh, making wall blocks forever? I think that's absolutely right, it was. I do wonder how many wall blocks I have saved up. I'll look in a little bit. Hey, Pag. How you doing, my friend? Happy New Year. Today, everyone's getting a Happy New Year greeting. I promise I'm not being insincere by saying Happy New Year to everybody. It really is just how I'm feeling right now. I'm happy that it is the new year. Okay, do we still have wood in our stockpile? Gosh, we have a lot of it. So that should be usable to keep the charcoal going for a little while longer. I would just love to stop cutting upstairs. All right, so we talked before about trying to put some flooring down up here. They are deconstructing. Good job, you heroes. This miner man, though, is also doing construction. I don't know about that. So, floor, limestone. Like only that far? Okay. Building's present, so I can't build under the workshop there. That's fine. Limestone blocks. Glorious. And 110 of them, only 72. Never mind. Unglorious. So what is the current job involving limestone blocks? 4 of 25. So they should be being made now. If there are fewer than 5, make 25. I think that means the job is out there somewhere, and then it's very confusing. So we'll modify the queues in a moment to fix that. For now, though, we can start putting some out there. Just this little section here instead. That enough? Oh, a little bit too much still. We can do 77. That was 80. So, construction are from the floor. 65. Blocks. Go. Okay. This is the long-term product right now. Do I have crossbows made now? I do. So it's time for us to begin the second militia group. The Shield of Iron is my melee squad. Next up, create which squad? Captain of the Guards squad or new militia captain squad? I have no idea. So I think it means, is it a militia or a guard? Now, what is the distinction between militias and guards? Oh, also, I still have no police force. I gotta fix that. So the captain of the guard, when I mouse over that, it says nothing about what they are or what they do. Is that true? Might be true. Some do tell you what they are, but captain of the guard, no. I thought it was a sheriff. Huh. Okay. I guess the captain of the guards are sheriff equivalent. So no one at all knows how to be a captain of the guard. So I guess we can choose one of our militia people to do it for now. Domas, I choose you. And he needs to have a variety of things. Also, I'd like to have a militia captain to support the second group. And ideally someone who knows how to hunt would be great. I don't think I have any hunters, though. So, you, my friend, Einod Lolkmoral, you will become what you need to be. Alright, so we're going to go first and make a group there. Leather armor. Yes. How the Lanterns of Violence, no good. So this needs to be something involving archery. So like standard, like a green background, which is definitely elf speak, right? It's no good. So I think we'll stay with the purple means royalty color, maybe? Let's have more distinctive. More distinctive, more good. You need to have interrogation as captain of the guard. Oh, interesting. Okay. This person will learn how to interrogate eventually. We'll do a gray background. So deep from inside the mountain comes... Is a reticle of some sort? That looks kind of like an aiming notch, maybe? Sure. And then we'll have it be the color of blood. Oh, yes. We need to change the name then also. So the Shield of Iron was my attempt to make the Iron Shield. I could not figure it out. So what do I call it? I see the word ace there. That could be good. Like, the Aces of Arrows. Oh! Is that possible? I'd like to pluralize that if possible. So, the... Singular noun. I need plural noun. It's only a singular noun, unfortunately. Can I do plural arrows? No. Why does the game restrict my creativity? What is wrong with you? How about bows? Singular. Oh, bows. Cool. The bows of... We do iron if it's repetitive, though. of mountains, maybe. Oh! That's pretty good. That's pretty good, I think. Now, do we need some adjectives? The mighty bows. Is that possible? Oh. Is the word deep possible? No, that's wrong. I definitely went the wrong one there. All right, so second adjective I want, word deep. Mighty deep bows of mountains. No, that's wrong. So the second adjective can't go on to the sobriquet? Is that the word once of a person like Charles the Fat? No, so it's not exactly that. Anyway, the mighty bows of mountains. That's a great name. That's a really, really great name. I would like them to have as their weapons, not melee. Instead, choice of ranged, but I think all we can use are crossbows. But let them make their own decision there. And then I'm doubting you can use shields and bucklers with a ranged weapon. Oh, also, is it possible for a character to carry more than one weapon at a time? Like, can they have a ranged weapon, but then if someone gets into melee range, they pull out their dirk? Or do we have to use the melee folks as a sort of wall for the ranged folks? I'm having fun with the game now. Yeah, Daenerys. Definitely a couple weeks ago, I got kind of frustrated with the game. I wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. Yeah, I'm having a ton of fun with this game now, and part of it is just like setting concrete goals and also slowing down the game speed. Too much was happening. I couldn't keep up with it before. They'll use a crossbow like a hammer in melee. That's amazing. Also, I just noticed that I've given this job or this armor only to the person in first position. So we'll name it, which is, say, ranged plus leather. And then make sure to assign that to everyone once there are other people in it. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So I want to then add other people to this group. And again, no one knows anything about archery. So we'll have to find people who, I don't know, people who look like they want to use the bow. Like maybe farmers. I can imagine farmers being at this. I'm so glad to see that so many of our people now have some competence in warfare. The group who started here had no idea what they were doing. Farmer guy. And the mayor? No, I'm going to have my nobles be cowards and cower inside. Give them slings? That'd be very cool. Be very, very cool. So far I've only made crossbows, but maybe we'll find more eventually. And maybe I should go ahead and assign someone to be a hunter. I haven't done any of that yet, so I feel like that'd be a good way to build up crossbow skills. I think there also is an archery target one can make that would allow people to work on their skills indoors. Farmer man. Host an archery contest? That'd be amazing. Amazing. Okay. Who is unimportant? I shouldn't say that. I think my farmers, though. There are multiple cheesemakers, so one of them gets selected. I don't know if we actually need 10 people, or if it's excessive. Who are you? A metalsmith. No. Every dwarf a fighter. We have 2 fish cleaners, so there you go. I give to you The Squad. Hey, Warpaint, thanks for the follow. How's it going, my friend? And Foley, it's awesome seeing you. For sure, for sure. Alright. Everyone gets to wear ranged plus leather now. Done. Done. And then I want them to train, but they have no barracks yet. So for the moment, they're off duty, they're just folks. So next up should be making the Captain of the Guard's home. This has been where I've kind of thrown together all of the houses and such. This will be the hospital. I think down here we'll have both the Captain of the Guard, then like eventually the prison, if there is such a thing. So let me go ahead and increase the priority on this area to dig out. And then what? So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and then a door here. And I do not know what all the Captain of the Guard needs. I should definitely go look at that before I dig out too terribly much. So Captain of the Guard would like to have a study, a quarters, a dining room, and then a cabinet, a chest, an armor rack, and an armor stand. We can do all those things. So the front room will be a study, of course. Hello, Kissel, or Kaisel. Thank you for your follow also. Hope you all are enjoying watching me learn some Dwarf Fortress. Though I do need to go in just a few minutes today. We'll definitely be back again tomorrow with more of this. We're definitely going to stay on this game for the rest of the week, and then past that, we'll see what happens. But I feel like I'm actually learning the game today, where on prior days, there's a whole lot of, I have no idea what I'm doing. Also, I cannot wait until we get our load of coal. Hopefully soon. Okay, I think I may go ahead and assign more people to mine always. Because I think we only have 2 people who are actively mining now. And there are a lot who are allowed to do so. But I think many of them are busy with other tasks instead. It's Kissel. Awesome. You're learning on your 4th fort now. Kissel, that's awesome. I hope that that one works well for you. This is my 2nd fort ever. I've been playing incredibly conservatively though, so I'm haven't lost terribly, but I always think something is just about to go. But I hope your fort's going very well. I hope you're having a lot of fun, and thanks for hanging out with us for sure. Miners? Miners, you're allegedly coming. I think ever since I slowed down the game speed, I'm like, is anyone actually coming? What's this? A Cavi-Sow, that's someone's pet animal, I believe. Is that true? Cavi. There's one here who is a child's pet. Is that the only one we have? Too many animals. Too many puppies. Also, we have a number of adult animals also. They must all become war dogs. And I have no idea what war dogs eat, but we have quite a few of them. I think they actually managed to sniff out some goblins yesterday. All these puppies. It may be time to start gelding some of our adult dogs just to slow down this nonsense. But think of all the bones we'll get. Hey, speaking of dogs, speaking of dog bones, our fish dissector has created a dog bone buckler. It's a personal treasure. We can still show it off, but how great is that? Dog bone buckler. Miner, please? So where on earth the miners are coming for here? Like, it's been flashing for quite a while. Maybe my base is just too darn large. Anyway, while they're doing that, we can continue expanding the grand dining room. And this is a place where they go back to back. I've never actually seen all of my dwarves using this room simultaneously. I think someone told me when I started playing that every dwarf needs their own private dining room table. Would anyone really know if they didn't have one? Would they like look and notice it smells like somebody else? Maybe it's just a joke to try to get the new player to make far too many tables. Okay. Now, it's also working on the question of water. So his digging down this way is... Who are you? Hello? Oh. I think little buddy down here came in from this side and made all of this and locked himself inside. Oh, little buddy. I'm sorry. I'm glad I noticed that before he starved to death. So will you free yourself now? I'm hungry. And there are bees in there too. Are those bees actually? That's from mosquitoes actually. So I kind of assumed he would immediately go and destroy the thing that's in the way for him. But maybe someone else coming to get it. Doesn't say who's coming, but we'll see. Don't just sleep. Okay. Oh, he is sleeping, I see now. Hopefully he wakes up. Hopefully. Masterpiece iron crossbow. Well, we'll return to him presently. Which I mean, unfortunately, tomorrow. So that right there is about 4.5 hours of streaming. That's what I'm doing right now. So thank you so darn much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We made some progress. We accomplished some of our goals of the day. That's really all I ever want, is just get a little bit closer to having a successful base. Tomorrow I don't know what. We'll figure something else out. We'll get rid of these workers there for sure. Let me go ahead and put down one more wall, just so I don't forget to do so. Right across that way. It's made of the finest of dolomite blocks. We don't have enough, so plain old dolomite, good luck hauling it. Again, thank you all immensely for the new follows, the subscriptions, the kind conversation, the lurking. Whatever way you took part in the stream today, I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with more Dwarf Fortress, more fun, more jokes, and hopefully you too. We'll see you again real soon.